The Doherty Case. Standing Proud. Writings from Prison by Joe Doherty. New York, National Committee for Joe Doherty. In December 1971, I was awakened around dawn by the ominous sounds of approaching military armored cars. As I ran to reach my parents' bedroom, the front door was bashed and 191 heavily armed British soldiers rushed into our home. The fear and pure terror are ever etched in my family's mind. I watched the fright in the young faces of my sisters. After the rampage and destruction of our home, my father and I were forced at gunpoint to an awaiting armored car. Along with many other neighbors picked up at that cold break of dawn, my father and I were taken to the local military barracks for screening. That's Belfast, Northern Ireland. The young Joe Doherty was soon released, but warned by British intelligence that he would be arrested under the Special Powers Act as soon as he turned 17. As promised, he was picked up a month later and taken to the infamous Girdwood military barracks. Over the next several days in Girdwood barracks, I was taken into a world of tortuous horrors and psychological turbulence. My first few minutes there made me aware of the intense violence of the place. The smells, sounds, and colors are vividly in my mind. Over the next several days I was placed in complete isolation, forced to endure sensory deprivation. Even the forced strips and severe beatings were an escape from the mind-torturing eternity of hooded darkness and the white noise that pierced the depths of your mind. I passed through those several violent days to an emotionally shocked and horrified unexistence. Like more than 3,000 other nationalists in the early 70s, Doherty was held in internment without even being charged, let alone given a trial. He was lucky to be released after a year. As soon as he got out, he joined the Irish Republican Army. This volume of Joe Doherty's writings during the 9 years he later did in U.S. prisons brings to life the human and historical issues behind the conflict in Ireland, the very realities buried by the media in their clamor to decry those who resist as terrorists. In what is perhaps the world's longest war, the initial Anglo invasion of Ireland goes back to 1169. The British and their Unionist allies still rule over the northern 6 counties. The denial of Irish integrity and independence is more than an issue of abstract principle, it is also expressed daily in the harsh oppression of the nationalist population in the north. The ghetto where I was brought up was typical of all nationalist ghettos of English rule: high unemployment, up to 80%, poor housing, among the worst in Europe, inadequate educational facilities, as in common with the ghettos of Harlem, Johannesburg, Manila, and San Salvador. The schools taught about the glorious British Empire, but never were we told of our own history, so beautiful, yet so cruel. Doherty left school at the age of 192. The Doherty Case. 14, somewhat illiterate. Yet, the mature IRA volunteer of Standing Proud writes eloquently and knowledgeably, not just about Irish history, but also about struggles for freedom around the world. His pieces on South Africa, El Salvador, Puerto Rico, and Haiti are deeply moving because of his strong empathy with the people. We Irish nationalists who live in our own quasi-apartheid society are stricken by the extremity of the persecution of our black sisters and brothers in Azania. And he often goes beyond the simple solidarity sentiment to a serious study of these struggles. Doherty's treatment of Irish history is fecund with contemporary lessons. For example, his beautiful tribute to one of the foremothers of the cause leads to this reflection: feminism has an important role to play in republicanism. Women have been the longest and most oppressed sector in society. Without full socio-economic freedom for women, Ireland will still be unfree. Amazingly, he is able to view even his unionist oppressors in a very human light. It is important that we understand the insecurity of the Anglo-Irish Scots planter class, who have been made to fear the loss of their cultural identity, and he hopes that they can eventually be brought into a multi-ethnic and democratic Irish nationhood. This staunch Irish volunteer was not necessarily born a soldier. He grew up in the 50s and 60s, when the IRA had laid down its weapons and was relatively inactive. A new surge of political activism developed in the late 1960s, a civil rights movement modeled on Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. in the States. Like King, this nonviolent movement did not seek to overthrow the government, but only to achieve equal rights under it. But the marchers were greeted by mass arrests and beatings by police as well as violent attacks on the Catholic communities by Unionist forces. Ironically, when British troops marched into Belfast in 1969, the 14-year-old Joe Doherty naively welcomed them, believing that they would stop the mob violence. He was quickly disillusioned when he saw the troops draw their guns on the victims in support of the ferocious Unionist mobs. And he learned the realities of an occupation army as he was daily placed spread eagle against the wall. Small wonder that Doherty became a youthful supporter of republicanism. Then, during that year of his first internment, British troops fired into an unarmed civil rights march in Denai, killing 14 persons, on January 30, 1972. That Bloody Sunday was a pivotal atrocity, convincing many Republicans that armed struggle was again necessary. Doherty spent most of the 1970s in prison. His key encounter was in May 1980, his IRA unit, hoping to ambush a British military convoy, was instead surrounded by a much larger force of British elite troops. In the ensuing battle, British Army Captain Herbert Westmacott was killed. Doherty was subsequently convicted of murder. On June 10, 1981, he and 7 IRA comrades made a spectacular escape, under a hail of machine gun fire, from the secure Crumlin Road prison. Doherty was free for 2 years until arrested by the FBI in New 193, York City. That bust began a 9-year legal battle as the U.S. government sought to return him to Northern Ireland. There is a long-established principle of international law, also included in Anglo-American treaties, of the political offense exception to extradition. Doherty went to U.S. federal court and won a clear ruling that he represented the political offense exception in its most classic form. His actions were completely in service of a well-established political cause, his attack was on a purely military target, and he belonged to a clearly defined political military organization. This ruling was the first of 8 successive victories he won in the courts as the Reagan/Bush administrations held him prisoner for 9 years while they tried one legal ploy after another. Finally, the Reagan-Bush Supreme Court gave the green light for an unprecedented use of executive power to turn him over to the British colonialists. On February 19, 1992, Joe Doherty was deported to a life sentence in the notorious Long Kesh prison of Northern Ireland. Those frustrating 9 years for him in the US were tremendously enriching for all of us who became aware of him. It's a shame that, while many tried, we couldn't make our government abide by fundamental international law and free this courageous Irish political prisoner. As Joe Doherty says in his poem, Walls of Silence. Some say soon, my walls will fall in the dust, I'll dance to the chorus of mankind. Facts of death. The truth about civilian casualties in the Middle East exposes a double standard. At the mention of senseless civilian casualties in the Middle East, what comes to mind? If your first thought is solely, or even predominantly, the searing images of Israelis killed by suicide bombers such as the 62 deaths on buses and in markets in March 1996, you are among the vast majority of U.S. citizens with a very constricted, one-sided view. Those massacres are real and terrible. Yet our human feelings are also being politically manipulated by what the media don't present. We rightly respond to the tragedy for the Jewish families who lose loved ones. But how many of us have any idea that the number of Palestinian civilian deaths, 194 facts of death, is 6 times greater? The loss for each of those families is just as painful. When civilian casualties around the Lebanese border are also considered, the Arab-Israeli ratio skyrockets even higher. The large numbers of people wounded, displaced, arrested, and tortured constitute additional categories of severe human rights abuses against Palestinians and Lebanese. To meaningfully support peace in the Middle East, we need to fully appreciate the humanity of all who live there. The double standard concerning human life first struck me personally like a lightning bolt during the 1967 Arab-Israeli War. As a Jew bomb at the end of World War II, my consciousness formed in opposition to the supreme evil of the racism that produced the Holocaust. I grew up taking for granted that Israel embodied the best in humanitarian and democratic values. That faith was shaken after a 1967 radio headline blared something like, 7 killed in battle today. The details of the engagement later revealed a far greater death tally. I was completely confused until I deciphered that the number 7 referred only to Israeli losses. Lives on the other side evidently weren't worthy of mention in a headline. That affront to my Jewish-engendered human sensibilities was the beginning of a more critical look at underlying issues of racism and the denial of Palestinian self-determination. For today's conflicts, B'Tselem, a non-governmental Israeli human rights group, compiles some of the more accurate figures. From the beginning of the Intifada in December 1967, the total number of Israeli civilians killed in Israel and the occupied territories was 234. Over the same time and space, Palestinian civilians killed by Israelis totaled 1,468, including 200 after the Oslo peace agreement. Of those, 69 were children under the age of 13. The grim disproportion in civilian casualties is far worse in the Israel-Lebanon border area. Human Rights Watch provides an in-depth assessment in its May 1996 report, Civilian Pawns. During Israel's July 1993 attack in Lebanon, 2 civilians in northern Israel were killed as a result of across-the-border shelling by the Islamic militant group Hezbollah. In the same period, however, the invading Israeli Defense Forces and its South Lebanese army killed 118 Lebanese and refugee Palestinian civilians there. The respective numbers of civilians wounded were 24 to about 500. During Israel's April 1996 assault, the approximately 150 civilian deaths were all on the Lebanese-Palestinian side, including 102 people killed when the IDF shelled the UN refugee compound in Qana. The justification of that attack as a response to Hezbollah attacks on northern Israeli towns doesn't hold up to scrutiny. HRW's detailed chronology reveals that during the 20-month period that began with the July 1993 agreement of both sides to not target civilians and ended with the rocket that first killed an Israeli citizen, IDF/SLA forces were responsible for the deaths of 13 civilians in 5 different incidents. And this figure doesn't include possible civilians among the 30 alleged Hezbollah members who died in the Bekaa Valley bombing raid. The terrible toll on civilians can't be dismissed as collateral damage. A major 195. Objective of both the 1993 and 1996 attacks was to drive the civilian population north to both deny the guerrillas a population base and pressure the Lebanese government to rein in Hezbollah. As then Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin explained to a Knesset committee on July 27, 1993, "We want Lebanese villagers to flee, and we want to damage all those who were parties to Hezbollah's activities." An unmistakable pattern of village strikes drove an estimated 300,000 civilians north that month, while the civilians displaced in April 1996 numbered closer to 400,000. Those too old or poor to flee became the most vulnerable to village bombardments. Such consistent and conscious attacks on civilians violate several articles of international law standards developed in large part in response to Nazi atrocities. The U.S. government is implicated in these crimes as the major supplier of military aid and weapons to Israel, including some of the planes and helicopters and perhaps even vicious phosphorus and flechette anti-personnel shells used against civilians in southern Lebanon. Overall, U.S. military aid to Israel since 1948 has totaled $40 billion, about twice as much as the amount provided for any other country. For FY 1996, the $1.8 billion in grants to Israel accounted for 56% of all U.S. military aid. The problem here is not, as some anti-Semitic propagandists depict it, that the U.S. government is a captive of the Jewish lobby. Quite the contrary, it was the U.S. that quickly saw strategic value in building up Israel as a local guarantor of critical Western interests in the oil-rich Middle East. That was a pivotal point in the tragic process through which much of the just passion to overcome horrendous anti-Semitism was misrouted into a Zionist mission that entailed the inexcusable oppression and national negation of the Palestinians. Any sincere concern about violence in the Middle East must move through the surface media images to reveal the roots of the problem. In the U.S., the crucial tasks are to demand that our government halt military and economic aid to Israel as long as human rights abuses continue and to fully support the Palestinians' right to land and self-determination. Last November, in an exceedingly rare instance of holding security personnel accountable, an Israeli military court found that 4 undercover soldiers had violated guidelines and opened fire at a checkpoint without proper cause, killing 18-year-old Iyad Badran. The soldiers' punishment was a fine of 1 agora each, the equivalent of 1/3 of a US cent. There will be no chance for justice and a lasting peace in the Middle East unless we can effect a radical change in Israel's and the U.S.'s assessment of the value of Palestinian human life. Human rights in our world. Human rights in our world. 2 1995 case studies. 1. Disappeared in Guatemala, the case of Efren Bamaka Velasquez. 2. Indonesia/East Timor, deteriorating human rights in East Timor. New York, Human Rights Watch. The Human Rights Watch performs the invaluable service of exposing human rights abuses around the globe. It has issued a wide range of reports covering more than 100 countries, including the United States. This review looks at 2 important examples of HRW studies published in 1995. Guatemala. The Guatemalan army captured Efren Bamaka Velasquez, a Mayan Indian and a commander in a revolutionary guerrilla organization, in March of 1992. Despite subsequent sightings of Bamaka alive, with obvious signs of torture and interrogation, the army denied that it was holding him. But, unlike untold previous cases of disappeared persons in Guatemala, Bamaka's plight received widespread attention in the U.S. and international media in the fall of 1994 because he happened to have a North American wife, Jennifer Harberry, and she courageously conducted a dramatic hunger strike in front of the National Palace in Guatemala City. HRW seized the opportunity of this one notorious case to shed light on the pervasive problem. This account provides a clear definition of this particular weapon of terror. Disappearance is a euphemism for an arbitrary or illegal detention that is denied by the authorities. The term was first used to describe a practice employed massively in Guatemala in the 1960s, when many political opponents were kidnapped by government forces and never seen again. The technique was used systematically by military regimes in Argentina and Chile during the 1970s, in El Salvador and Honduras during the 1980s, and is used in Peru, Colombia, and Guatemala today. A common thread in the practice is the involvement of specialized, highly secret bodies within the military, which, although directed through a clandestine chain of command, have the necessary credentials to prevent interference from public security forces. Victims are taken to secret detention centers where they are interrogated and tortured, beyond the reach of court inspections and controls. Often they are executed after interrogation and torture. Tens of thousands of Guatemalans, mainly civilians, have been disappeared in this way since the 1960s. To date, there has not been a single 197 prosecution for such government-sponsored kidnap/torture/murder. The massive disappearances have abated since the advent of a civilian government in 1986, but the process still continues in a more selective fashion. In 1994, 41 individuals were forcibly disappeared. As a result of Harberry's efforts, evidence surfaced that showed that her husband had indeed been captured alive and then tortured, interrogated, and executed. In addition, confidential sources told CBS's 60 Minutes that the U.S. government had known about this but had withheld the information from Harby. She was able to obtain a document proving this charge after Disappeared in Guatemala was written. She also conducted a new hunger strike in front of the White House in March 1995, which was the catalyst for a new revelation. Guatemalan Army Colonel Al Pires, who executed Bamaka and also murdered a U.S. citizen there, was on the CIA payroll at the time. The relationship between the U.S. and the systematic human rights abuses in Guatemala is far more intimate and integral than what HRW reveals. The succession of brutal military regimes in Guatemala was birthed by the 1954 CIA-organized coup against the democratically elected government of Jacob Arbenz Guzman, because his policy of modest land reform and wage increases was seen as a threat to the very lucrative U.S. business interests there. The subsequent enforcement of extreme exploitation has required ruthless repression, including the disappearances. The U.S. has continued as the main sponsor of the Guatemalan military since the 1954 coup. East Timor. The November 1994 Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit meeting brought international media to Indonesia. Their presence afforded the East Timorese independence movement an opportunity to protest Indonesia's brutal rule. Deteriorating human rights in East Timor, the latest of several HRW reports on that troubled land, exposes the intensified repression that came down after the media left. The army executed 6 civilians in retaliation for an earlier guerrilla raid. A minimum of 42 persons have been thrown in jail and are facing trial for protest activities. Violent gangs tied to the government have emerged as a roving force that terrorizes supporters of East Timorese independence. This critique, however, provides none of the history needed to understand the context and import of these events. While some elements of the background may have appeared in earlier HRW commentaries, a most glaring gap remains in HRW's entire approach. It doesn't deal with self-determination, a primary human right under international law. Indeed, this is so far from HRW's consciousness that this report endorses, on 2 different occasions, the Indonesian security forces' right and obligation to quell riots and other criminal activity for independence. East Timor, located on an island about 300 miles north of Darwin, Australia, had been a long-time colony of Portugal until that country withdrew in 1974. The next year, the East Timorese held elections and declared independence, which 198. Human rights in our world was quickly followed by an Indonesian invasion and brutal, ongoing war of conquest. In the greatest genocide relative to population since the Holocaust, an estimated 200,000 of the 690,000 East Timorese have been killed. Meanwhile, social conditions under the occupation leave the East Timorese with the highest infant mortality rate in the world and with 70% of their children malnourished. The bloody handprints of the U.S. government are all over the mass murder scene. Hours before the 1975 invasion was launched, then President Gerald Ford and Secretary of State Henry Kissinger met with Indonesia's rulers. Since then, the U.S. has provided Indonesia more than $1.5 billion in military aid. The U.S. has blocked international sanctions against the invasion. On an even more fundamental level, the Indonesian regime of President Suharto originated in 1965, with a CIA-supported coup that overthrew a popular government and massacred an estimated 500,000 suspected leftists. That coup began a close business and political partnership between the US and Indonesia that continues to this day. In times of despair, hatred, and vengeance take wing. Playing the communal card. Communal Violence and Human Rights by Human Rights Watch, New York, Human Rights Watch. The globe has been seething with a seemingly endless series of eruptions of violence between groups that define themselves by their differences of religion, ethnicity, language, or race, from Lebanon to Bosnia to Rwanda. The Human Rights Watch summarizes such conflicts as communal violence, which they see as today's paramount human rights problem. The widespread and costly hostilities are not only here trending but also disheartening, because the only explanation we're offered asserts that these 199 clashes are simply the product of ancient animosities and deep-seated hatreds which can leave us in despair about human nature. But such superficial platitudes hide the more complex roots of the various conflicts and thereby obscure the possibilities for more humane resolutions. HRW challenges the previous LNG cliches with a more promising and productive thesis. While communal tensions are obviously a necessary ingredient of an explosive mix, they are not sufficient to unleash widespread violence. Rather, time after time, The proximate cause of communal violence is governmental exploitation of communal differences. Playing the communal card looks at 10 major outbreaks of ethnic or religious violence to reveal the political power manipulations that propel them. For HRW, which usually limits itself to tabulating human rights violations, this book is a rare foray into the historic and social conditions that breed such abuses. One striking thread runs through the majority of these situations. Past colonial rulers consciously constructed and fomented religious and tribal antagonisms as a basic tactic of divide and conquer. Despite the limitation of covering 10 different areas within 153 pages, HRW does a remarkably good job with several of them. The chapters on Rwanda and Lebanon are gems, and those on the Israeli-occupied territories and Kenya are quite substantive. A good example of the value of the analysis is the discussion of the Zulu/ANC bloodshed in South Africa, a matter that, while seemingly put on the back burner after the 1994 elections, is still simmering with possibly volatile political implications. On February 2, 1990, the president of the apartheid minority regime in South Africa, finally bowing to the massive internal struggle and international pressure, lifted the decades-long ban on the African National Congress, which represented the African majority, and released its leader, Nelson Mandela, from prison. This act began a transition period that culminated in the April 1994 election that finally ushered in majority rule with a landslide victory for Mandela and the ANC. While these events constituted one of the most hopeful peaceful seat changes in history, there was a deadly undertow. During those 4 years at least 14,000 people died in political violence. These casualties did not come from a direct struggle with white supremacy, but rather from hostilities that pitted members of the ANC against followers of the Zulu-based Inkatha Freedom Party, led by Chief Mangosuthu Buthelezi. As always happens with strife in Africa, the northern media relished portraying it as tribal antagonisms, or at least as an entire tribe against the ideologically non-tribal but co-solid ANC. But HRW cogently shows that there was a much more fundamental basis for the fractiousness, the history of and the ongoing manipulations by the apartheid regime. White supremacy set this fire and then fanned the flames. 200. In times of despair, hatred, and vengeance take wing. The context was that the horrendous social conditions of blacks under apartheid, the unemployment, humiliations, and misery, created a tinderbox of frustrated youth as potential recruits for violence. The combination of economic immiseration, social disintegration, and political repression resulting from led to brutal competition for resources between the poor and the very poor, the employed and the unemployed, those who lived in formal township housing and migrant workers from the hostels or shack dwellers from the squatter camps. As the overt machinery of apartheid was dismantled, the lid was taken off the boiling pot of black resentment created by these conditions. The more direct incendiary device was the use of Chief Buthelezi as a dupe to fracture black unity. He became the chief minister of a KwaZulu homeland, which was established by apartheid as part of a series of Bantustans, essentially reservations, to splinter the African majority into a multiplicity of subordinate minorities. Liberation movements, people of color, and anti-racists around the world universally condemned this anathema. While the ANC was banned, the Buthelezi administration received millions of dollars and lots of weapons from the racist South African government. At the same time, he condemned the armed struggle, and even the mass actions of boycotts and strikes, of the liberation movement. The good chief even toured the US to plead for an end to the international economic sanctions that were bringing apartheid to its knees. Later, in negotiations on the structure of a post-apartheid government, the IFP demanded an extreme form of federalism that would make its home region of Natal, and other provinces, largely independent. Such divisions coincide with the prime strategy of Northern neocolonialism for preventing the emergence of strong African nations. As the 1990 to 1994 violence surged, the South African authorities stood by when IFP gangs attacked ANC supporters, but the apartheid police and military intelligence were not inactive. As was later documented, they provided secret payments to the IFP, trained its hit squads, and even directly carried out acts of tribal violence. While playing the communal card doesn't take us past 1994, there are political implications of an ANC national and an IFP provincial government that are worth considering. For now, the predominant forces in the world, representing northern business interests, are probably content to deal with an overall national government and the promise of an integrated market as long as it is amenable to providing cheap labor and raw materials. But should the ANC dare to respond to the urgent needs of the African majority with a radically populist social and economic program, the North has a spoiler waiting in the wings. Buthelezi and his IFP embody the threat of the devastatingly 201. Destabilizing role played by the Contras in Nicaragua or by UNITA in Angola. HRW's chapters on Sri Lanka, the former Yugoslavia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan are not nearly as good. The recounting of the key events in such a brief space left this reviewer lost in the swirl of religious and ethnic violence. While politicians will maneuver for power in any situation, that in itself doesn't refute a communal basis for the conflict. More penetrating and specific analysis is needed. We also have to look at the world context. One important configuration was presented in the book Night Vision, the ascension of a global economy where the key decisions are made by inaccessible and almost invisible international financiers and corporate executives. Political players below the world ruling class level now have to scramble to carve out smaller areas of turf where they can exercise control, and they do so by mobilizing people through communal loyalties and hatreds. There is certainly plenty of powerlessness and frustration at the base that can be channeled in this direction. The local opportunists are often quite acceptable to the lords of international capital, who are happy to see the potential wellsprings for mass resistance splash however bloodily against each other. The other major global factor is the string of painful setbacks to the national liberation movements since 1979, the result of the ruthless economic and military assaults orchestrated by the US, along with the emergence of tendencies toward bureaucracy and elitism within those movements. These losses, at least for now, have deflated hopes that the world's majority, in a common situation of oppression, was reshaping the world in a more humane fashion. In times of despair, hatred, and vengeance take wing. Those of us disturbed by the horror of surging communal violence need to do more than wring our hands. We need to look for the ways, however small, to help regenerate hope. Manufacture genocide. Well aware of the susceptibility of foreigners' explanations of ancient, tribal hatreds among Africans, repeatedly underline the supposedly tribal nature of the killings in an effort to mask the deliberate role played by the authorities. Human Rights Watch. Rwanda has experienced one of the world's worst eruptions of genocidal violence. Beginning in April 1994, more than 500,000 people, mainly from the Tutsi minority, but also Hutu who had been willing to work with them, were slaughtered in this country of 7.8 million. The 4 months of carnage only. 202. Manufacture genocide. Ended with the military victory of the predominantly Tutsi Rwandan Patriotic Front in July of that year. As the RPF took power, some 2 million Hutu fled to neighboring countries, crowding into squalid refugee camps where more than 50,000 died of disease and hunger. The horrific images of suffering are still seared into our consciousness: stacks of bodies, civilians who had been hacked to death, a human sea of refugees pouring down roadways, people in border camps racked by cholera and dehydration. And there may be more: the desperate poverty of the RPF-led government, the mass of Hutus still chafing in refugee camps, and the rearming of the old genocidal leadership harbored there all create a tinderbox for a potentially new outbreak of brutal civil war. This genocide could have been prevented, and the impending bloodshed can still be averted by concerted and compassionate action from the international community. But that won't happen as long as the nature of the crisis in Rwanda is misunderstood as simply a problem of deep-seated ethnic hatreds. That prevailing interpretation from the Western media and diplomats promotes the demoralizing and racist view that Africans are fundamentally incapable of governing themselves. Instead, what is needed is a more penetrating analysis of underlying causes that can provide a basis for constructive action. There is nothing inherently tribal about this conflict, nor are the roots of the problem solely African. The Hutu and Tutsi, respectively 85 and 15% of the population, not only have a common language and culture but have also lived together and intermarried to the point where it's often impossible to distinguish between them. The hostile dynamic between the two groups was a conscious construct of first German and then Belgian colonialism earlier in the century, both using the Tutsi as elite strata for administering colonial rule. In fact, the division was such an artifact that Hutu who grew rich became Tutsi, while impoverished Tutsi became Hutu. To solidify the distinctions, the Belgian colonial authority instituted ethnic identity cards in the 1930s and required every adult to carry one. That practice continued in the post-colonial era, and, during the 1994 massacres, those cards became death warrants for people identified as Tutsi. By the time independence was achieved in 1962, antagonism between the Tutsi elite and the Hutu majority had become deep. Nothing exonerates the criminals who participated in genocide. But it's important to recognize how, on top of this colonial legacy, the economic vice of neocolonialism creates an unforgiving context so conducive to catastrophes. As is typical for African countries at the mercy of a world market controlled by transnational corporations and banks, Rwanda was hit hard in the 1970s by a sudden drop in the price of coffee, its chief export. In the 1980s, it was subjected to crippling structural adjustment programs, really a modern form of debt peonage on a world scale imposed on indebted third world countries by the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Those institutions spearheaded international economic forces that have left Rwanda dirt poor, with a yearly per-person gross domestic product of just $800. 203. The regime of General Juvenal Habyarimana and his chauvinist Hutu Republican Movement for Democracy and Development came to power in a 1972 coup. Unable to deliver economic and social improvement, and unwilling to really even try, this corrupt and repressive administration resorted to consciously fomenting ethnic hatred as a means of maintaining a political base. In a clear precursor of the cataclysm to come, there were 4 massacres killing a total of 2,000 Tutsi between October 1990 and February 1993. The government radio broadcast false reports of murder plots in order to whip up an anti-Tutsi frenzy, and officials actively directed the killings. The regime was greatly assisted by international arms aid. The number one supplier was France, which also had at least 680 soldiers there by 1993, backing the government in its civil war with the RPF. The US also supported the Hutu extremist administration, although on a much smaller scale, with $2.3 million worth of military sales from 1981 to 1992. Foreign arms helped the MRND build the unofficial Hutu militias that became shock troops for the wholesale butchery of 1994. The prevailing poverty provided an added incentive. Landless Hutu were promised the property of the Tutsi they killed. The debacle was clearly predictable. In fact, Human Rights Watch sounded a clear alarm in a report published in January 1994, a few months before the bloodbath erupted. But that urgent call for a strong international peacekeeping force went unheeded. The report was also prescient in its indication that the extremist Hutu clique around President Habyarimana was strongly opposed to his new entry into negotiations to end the civil war. It now seems likely that this clique engineered the April 6, 1994, assassination of Habyarimana and then used the event to launch the merciless pogrom designed to retain its monopoly on power. A public aware of France's role in the earlier arms buildup wouldn't have been fooled by the country's humanitarian gesture during the 1994 crisis. After doing nothing during the massacre of civilians, France rushed in 2,500 troops in June as the old regime crumbled. The resulting safe haven provided a refuge for fleeing war criminals, which at the same time panicked the Hutu population into a mass exodus. The same extremist forces now rule the refugee camps, retaining control over a large population base out of which they may yet build an exile army to resume the civil war. The current RPF-led government in Rwanda hasn't been able to totally prevent revenge killings of Hutu, but its record on human rights is qualitatively better than the murderous regime it overthrew. At the same time, the RPF has made a concerted effort to build a coalition with moderate Hutu forces. But there's no hope that Rwanda will be able to rebuild and get back on its feet as long as the country is depopulated, and international reconstruction aid remains so scarce. Meanwhile, the old genocidal leadership, with help from France and other foreign powers, is rearming inside packed refugee camps that seethe with frustration. Still, we need not simply despair while a new and deadly tornado brews. Instead, we can support HRW's call for major international aid to Rwanda. 204. State of siege. Also can work to get at the source of this and so many other human tragedies by supporting campaigns such as 50 Years is Enough, for a more equitable distribution and use of world economic resources. State of siege. The Palace of Justice. A Colombian tragedy by Anna Carrigan. New York, 4 Walls/8 Windows Press. It was perhaps the most spectacular and bloody assault on the judicial branch of any government in modern history. On November 6, 1985, 35 guerrillas seized the Palace of Justice in Bogotá, Colombia, taking hundreds of hostages, and the army immediately attacked the building. After the 27-hour battle and mop-up operations, more than 100 people were dead, including 11 justices of Colombia's Supreme Court and its Council of State. An official version of events emerged very quickly, first leaked by the U.S. Embassy and soon trumpeted across the Western media. The M19 guerrillas had been paid by Colombia's DMG cartels to destroy judicial records that could be used to extradite DMG lords to the U.S. The army claimed to have made every effort to save the hostages, but reported that many had been machine-gunned in cold blood by the guerrillas, who then committed suicide just before the army could get to them. As the months and years went by, no challenge to this official version ever saw the light of major media coverage. Anna Carrigan, an award-winning journalist of mixed Irish and Colombian descent, was sent on a 2-week assignment to do a story for the New York Times. What she wrote was never published by the Times, and her 2 weeks stretched into an 8-year project. The result is The Palace of Justice, a gripping book that is as terrifying and harrowing as any novel, but about a real-life and politically weighty tragedy. Her work more than equals the standards for investigative journalism set by Woodward and Bernstein, and under far more dangerous circumstances. Carrigan met secretly with survivors and with disaffected pathologists at the city morgue, obtained documents from the official investigation, studied the transcripts of police and army radio transmissions during the siege, and interviewed a range of people involved in the events to piece together what actually happened. There was no evidence of any collaboration between the guerrillas and the DMG cartels. And, while it suppressed the information, the government knew exactly why the guerrillas went into the Palace of Justice. 205. M19 took its name from April 19, 1970, the infamous day when the election was stolen from a populist alliance that won by millions of votes. Power was retained by the traditional elite when used the army to suppress peasants' and workers' movements and proscribed significant opposition. A group of activists decided they needed to build a guerrilla force. By 1982, M19 had an 85% approval rating in public opinion polls. A 1984 peace accord was brokered between President Belisario Bentancur and M19, with the latter laying down its arms in return for being allowed to participate in the legal political process. But the now open ex-guerrillas were hit by a wave of death squad assassinations along with a disinformation campaign that blamed them for the breakdown of the peace process. Politically crippled and defamed by the media, their popularity plummeted as they were forced back underground. Their seizure of the Palace of Justice was a bold/desperate bid to expose the government's culpability for torpedoing the peace accord. Along with their weapons, the guerrillas carried a sheaf of legal documents on violations of the accord and brought along their most respected negotiators. They selected the Palace of Justice precisely because the judiciary was the most independent and respected branch of government. Their plan was to have the Supreme Court preside over a hearing that would broadcast the truth to the nation. While Kerrigan is sympathetic to the causes of social justice for which M19 initially picked up the gun, she doesn't treat them as heroes. She sees them as guilty of a cavalier attitude that resulted in serious errors throughout the process. The most staggering miscalculation was the naive belief that the Army would respect the lives of the hostage Supreme Court justices. As a judge's wife later tells the author, when the M19 seized the Palace of Justice, they proved they knew precisely nothing about our national reality. The Army not only had a bloody record of massacres and of spawning death squads but also more specifically had an animus for the judiciary, which had recently ruled against the military in several cases about torture and abuse of power. What becomes absolutely clear from Kerrigan's hour-by-hour reconstruction is that the Army, with President Bentaker's acquiescence, adamantly thwarted any and all efforts to negotiate a peaceful end to the siege. The President never answers the urgent telephone calls from the Chief Justice, third-party efforts to set up communication are spumed, hostage judges shouting out to soldiers to ask for a ceasefire and negotiations receive gunfire in return, and a message about negotiations carried by a judge released to the military is never delivered to the civilian government. When public pressure finally leads to the token gesture of sending the head of the Colombian Red Cross, the military purposely delays him until after their final, lethal assault is launched. Radio transcripts show that the generals are frantic to complete this operation before public pressure forces the government to negotiate. The Army was not just obsessed with exterminating revolutionaries. At best, it didn't give a damn about the lives of the civilians. At worst, the military was out for judicial blood. From the beginning, the plan of attack was to fire high-powered rockets into the areas occupied by guerrillas and hostages alike. When 206. State of siege. Army ordnance started a fire in one section and some judges tried to crawl out, Army guns shot them down. In addition, tapes from military and police communications reveal that at least 17 persons were taken captive, none of whom were ever heard from again. Some of these prisoners were probably guerrillas, but about 9 were from the palace cafeteria staff because the military was obsessed with possible inside help for M19. As a clandestine report from disgusted members of military intelligence later revealed, the captives were brutally tortured during interrogation and then all murdered to erase any witnesses to torture. On top of the physical carnage of charred bodies and tortured civilians, the military added another chilling dimension of horror with its post-massacre campaign to impose its version of events. Its efforts were so thorough that it was almost like erasing videotape and imposing another, virtual reality on top of it. The Minister of Defense solemnly assured the public that the fundamental objective of the military operation was to at all times avoid any loss of life among the hostages. Within 48 hours, the U.S. government rushed to proclaim its support for President Bentaker's handling of the crisis. To enforce this virtual reality, all tapes of a publicly aired interview with the Chief Justice disappeared, ballistics reports were suppressed, and bodies were dumped into a mass grave and burned with acid before legally required autopsies could be performed. To this day, no one knows the exact number of persons killed. A number of Colombian journalists who tried to investigate the alliance between sections of the army and the drug mafia have died, as have countless investigators for independent government agencies and human rights organizations. Many other independent journalists have been driven out by published death lists. Most of these targets are also listed as subversives by the U.S. Embassy, and thus are denied entry to this country and access to the media here. While the Palace of Justice siege and massacre was a most spectacular event, the results reinforce the continuity of modern Colombian history. Massacres of peasants continue apace, as do political assassinations and disappearances, outstripping the human toll from the Contra War in Nicaragua. Ironically, while some guerrilla movements fight on in the mountains, the remnants of M19 finally did make peace with the government in 1989, and now hold some seats in Congress. These now legitimate politicians have little desire to refocus public attention on M19's greatest debacle, not to mention rekindling army hostility, by demanding a new inquiry into the events. Meanwhile, the government continues to be very much by and for the narrow elite. It is, as Connor Cruz O'Brien writes in the foreword to The Palace of Justice, the fagate of democratic institutions masking the reality of arbitrary and brutal military power. 207. Democratorship. Colombia, The Genocidal Democracy by Javier Giraldo Monroe M.E., Common Courage Press. Quick, what is the first thing that comes to mind to complete the sentence? The main cause of violence in Colombia is, if you thought drugs or the drug cartels, you join the vast majority of public opinion in being completely wrong. Colombia has the highest murder rate in the world, but only a tiny fraction of that is drug-related. For example, over a survey period between January 1991 and May 1992, only 0.18% of the murders there were drug-related. Even more importantly, a similar survey showed that political assassinations outstripped drug murders by a ratio of 13-1. The source of those figures is a Colombian of unparalleled integrity and knowledge, Javier Giraldo. He is a Catholic priest who is the executive director of the Intercongregational Commission of Justice and Peace. You can read his wrenching report and thoughtful explanations in Colombia, The Genocidal Democracy. One point the author doesn't mention but that is obvious to anyone familiar with recent history in Colombia is that his own life is in danger for exposing the government's central role in the pervasive violence, in a county where even the rare prosecutors and judges who've engaged that issue have become targets for assassination. What has kept Giraldo alive so far is international attention. That glimmer of interest has to grow into the full daylight of disclosure and condemnation to put a stop to the overall murder, Incorporated. The number of lives involved is no trifling matter. From 1988 through 1995, in this country of 38 million people, some 30,000 persons were killed in clearly political violence. There were another 37,000 unsolved murders that were most likely political. Of that total of 67,000, only 14% resulted from direct combat with anti-government guerrillas. Giraldo attempts to humanize those stark figures with specific scenes from the Dirty War. For example, there was the massacre in the town of Trujillo in early 1990. Just before midnight on the 31st, a combined army/paramilitary group dragged a large number of campesinos out of their houses, took them to the hacienda of a well-known drug trafficker and brutally tortured them, dismembering them with a chainsaw. But the author cannot bring himself to write the details provided by eyewitness testimony because their cruelty is enough to wound anyone's human sensibility. I can only say that the tortures carried out at the farmhouse were rooted in some of the worst barbarism in the annals of history. 208. Democratorship. Giraldo is not an elegant writer, at least not in this English version of his book. In any case, there is no decent way to bring such horrors to life. What his examples and analysis do make clear is that the typical victims are not guerrilla fighters but rather poor peasants, homeless street children, labor organizers, radical students, leftist political candidates, priests and nuns who work with the poor, and even journalists and judges who threaten to expose what's going on. The introduction to the book, by Noam Chomsky, provides a brief sketch of the social structure that needs such brutal repression to survive. The top 3% of the land elite own 70% of the arable land, while 57% of the poorest farmers have to get by on under 3%. 40% of Colombia's population lives in the dire conditions of absolute poverty, with some 4.5 million children, one half of all those under the age of 14 going hungry. Given that reality, the global media sensationalism about the serious but relatively minor problem of drug violence does more than sell TV commercials. The dazzling artificial camera lights blind viewers to the far more fundamental and far-reaching problem, the rich's total war to rule over the poor. Thus, the U.S. State Department could get away with certifying Colombia, which has the worst human rights record in Latin America in recent years, as a democracy. That qualified the regime to receive military aid, arms justified as needed to continue the war against drugs but more often used in atrocities against sectors of the population considered disloyal to the government. Colombia is democratic in form, with a civilian government and periodic elections between two establishment political parties. But the military and police are given impunity to run the more divisive process of eliminating any serious opposition and of using terror to prevent the rise of powerful mass movements. In this, they are as ruthless and effective as any dictatorship. This dual reality is aptly captured in the term coined by Eduardo Galeano, democratorship. In recent years, to maintain the facades of democracy and respect for human rights, the bulk of the murders have been shifted from direct military operations to paramilitary groups, irregular forces initiated, directed, and often manned by the military and police but not officially part of those structures. At the same time, the collapse of the communist bloc has undermined the old rationale for such dirty wars as needed to stop subversion. The new justifications are stamping out terrorism and combating drug traffickers. But the reality on the ground contradicts the propaganda. Giraldo presents considerable documented evidence of cooperation between the military and some of the drug mafias. The narco-military link is not simply one of corruption but also involves class interests. Some drug cartels share the interests of other big businesses, such as oil, cattle, and commercial agriculture, in suppressing movements by the poor to acquire farmland or to win higher wages. There is a double irony in the bitter reality. Colombia is a democracy maintained by savage terror directed against the majority. The rationalization for militarization is the war against drugs, while the actual operations involve frequent and close collaboration with the real drug traffickers in organizing. 209. Paramilitary attacks on the people. As Giraldo sums it up in his conclusion, what exists is an unyielding policy of state which is devouring our martyred country. This book is also important because Colombia may be a grim harbinger of dangerous international trends, a phony drug war to justify police-state measures and a public relations version of formal democracy that masks a brutal and manipulative rule by a narrow elite. People's war or war on the people. Revolutionary movements are routinely slandered in the bourgeois media. That reality has led radical movements to automatically rally behind any left movement fighting the power structure. Sadly, such a direct, simple response isn't adequate. The examples of Stalin in the Soviet Union and Pol Pot in Cambodia painfully demonstrate that some regimes that claim to be revolutionary end up committing atrocities and even genocide. Our loyalty is not to the left label but rather to humankind. As such, we have a serious responsibility to be aware of and oppose movements that turn against the people. But it is usually very difficult to sort out when such allegations have a real basis and when they are purely imperialist disinformation. I read Peru, Time of Fear as part of an effort to sort out these issues in regard to the Shining Path. At the same time, I tried to develop some general warning signs for when a left organization is liable to betray the people. Peru, Time of Fear by Deborah Poole and Gerardo Renacci, London, Latin American Bureau. The most developed guerrilla war in the Western Hemisphere has been raging in Peru since the 1980 initiation of armed struggle by the Peruvian Communist Party Sendero Luminoso. In the ensuing 14 years, an estimated 27,000 Peruvians have died in political violence, which has also caused about $24 billion in property damage. On April 5, 1992, Peru's President Alberto Fujimori carried out an auto coup dismissing Congress, disbanding the judiciary, and turning over nearly complete control to the military. 5 months later, security forces captured the PCPSL's supreme leader, Abimael Guzman, and other key members of the Central Committee. While the year following these arrests saw a 50% decline in the intensity of the war, it was still at a formidable 1,650 deaths that year, and the 210 People's War or War on the People. PCPSL still has an estimated 3,000 active combatants. In addition, the explosive mix with the $2 billion a year cocaine trade means that Peru is still a major venue in danger of U.S. military intervention. For those of us here on the side of the oppressed people, it is hard to know what to make of the PCPSL. They are demonized in the mainstream media as terrorists and mass murderers, but we know that the establishment is capable of going to great lengths of disinformation to discredit even the most humane of revolutionary forces. On the other hand, we cannot just dismiss the real danger that parties who say they fight for the people can become murderous tyrants themselves. A prime and tragic example is the Khmer Rouge, responsible for the killing of an estimated 1 million of Cambodia's 8 million citizens during its rule from 1975 to 1979. The problem of obtaining reliable information and analysis is not automatically resolved by turning to leftist critiques of guerrilla forces. Some reformist leftists feel threatened by examples that demand physical confrontation with the state, and will therefore do their best to discredit armed struggle. Peru, Time of Fear went to press shortly after Guzman's capture in September 1992 and is being distributed in this country by Monthly Review. Deborah Poole and Gerardo Renacci have a definite point of view. They argue that the PCPSL is an authoritarian and violent force whose main targets have been peasants, shantytown residents, and competing left activists. In 1990 alone, over 60% of Sendero's 1,249 recorded victims were peasants. Nearly 27% were slum dwellers. Fewer than 5% were police or military personnel. They see the main impact of the PCPSL's war as the decimation of the once numerous and strong grassroots organizations that could have formed the base of resistance to the vicious social and economic policies of the government. In short, Poole and Renacci very much see the Peruvian masses as caught in the middle between the competing and ruthlessly violent actions of the PCPSL and of the Peruvian state. This reviewer has to admit to not having enough specific knowledge of Peru to form a definitive judgment. How can we tell, for example, whether the assassinated community activist Maria Elena Moyano was a feminist and leftist organizer, as the authors and other critics contend, or an active collaborator with the police, as Sendero's supporters charge? This book gains some credibility from the thoughtfulness of its social analysis and also from its sympathy for Peru's other guerrilla group, Tupac Amaru Revolutionary Movement. The sheer numbers of peasants and activists killed and the many examples presented in this book lend weight to the grave charges against the PCPSL. On the other hand, Poole and Renacci don't provide specific references on the character of the violence, which would help in evaluating the authenticity of the charges, and they don't give us any way to sort out how often massacres were committed by security forces posing as the PCPSL. The authors also fail to provide adequate explanation for the PCPSL's formidable accomplishment of 211. Large recruitment among the indigenous population and of the strong participation of women. The most serious shortcoming of this book is that it balances the atrocities of the PCPSL and of the state. But all independent human rights observers, while attributing serious abuses to the PCPSL, report that the great bulk of the terror comes from government security forces. In addition, whatever one thinks of the PCPSL, there is no question that the fundamental problem is the overwhelming misery and suffering imposed on the Peruvian majority by world capitalism and the repressive Peruvian regime. The book's shortcomings do not, however, let the PCPSL off the hook. While there has never been a perfect resolution of the tough contradiction between building a disciplined combat organization and developing a democratic process, historical experience does tell us some of the warning signs for when an organization has shifted from fighting for the people to being dangerously drunk on its own power, deification of a supreme leader, seeing the party as arbiter of all right and wrong rather than as an instrument of the people, prioritizing the struggle against revisionism over the struggle against the state, the position that there are only two sides, one is either with the party or an enemy, and a direct goal of bringing down state repression on the people in order to raise revolutionary consciousness. The PCPSL's own writings abound in all these disconcerting danger signals. While there are real grounds to be wary of endorsing or supporting the PCPSL as a leading revolutionary force, that cannot be an excuse for acquiescence to the terrible repression of political prisoners. Some 3,000 guerrilla suspects have been detained and secretly killed by Peruvian security forces in this dirty war. Rape is standard during interrogation of women, as is torture of all suspects. Thousands have been sentenced to long and onerous prison terms by secret military tribunals, including 220 life sentences in 1993 alone. Hundreds of political prisoners have been massacred by troops retaking control of prisons. Guzman has been held in complete isolation while the lawyer who was defending him, Dr. Alfredo Crispo, was himself taken to a secret tribunal and given a life sentence for treason. These human rights abuses are abominations that must be strongly opposed. And, of course, the same methods can be, and are, used against the most legitimate of forces who fight effectively against the government. But even more to the heart of the matter are the totally savage living conditions imposed on the Peruvian people. Here, the authors provide some of the relevant data, even if they fail to make it the compelling centerpiece of then book. After President Fujimori's 1990 shock treatment for the economy, the number of Peruvians meeting the UN's dire criteria of absolute poverty shot up from 7 million to almost 13 million persons, out of a total population of 22 million. Chronic malnutrition has jumped to 5,753,600 persons, including 40,212. People's War or War on the People. Percent of children under 6. 80 out of 1,000 infants die before their first birthday. More than 90% of the working population is classified as unemployed or underemployed, and the average household income is $271 a year. In 1990, profits tripled to a scandalous 60% of the GNP, while wages and salaries comprised only 15%. There has been a collapse of the public health system and the re-emergence in the 1990s of easily preventable epidemics that are rampaging because of poverty and neglect, cholera, tuberculosis, malaria, and many others. According to the US media, Fujimori's economic programs have been a grand success, inflation is down, debt payments have resumed to US banks, and conditions are once again favorable for US business investments in Peru. Peru, Time of Fear does provide useful historical and political background and also ends with a very illuminating chapter on coca capitalism and the New World Order. The authors point out how the Fujimori/International Monetary Fund policies of withdrawing credit supports and encouraging imports forced small farmers out of growing palm and rice, leaving coca as the only economically viable crop. At one extreme of this economy are the U.S. working-class Latino and Black youth who have been marginalized by Reaganomics and racism. At the other, are the Andean peasants whose economies have been destroyed by U.S.-backed IMF austerity measures and neoliberal reforms. For both those disenfranchised populations, the drug economy offers their only source of security. While the war on drugs provides the rallying cry for militarization and police state measures in Peru and in the U.S. Peru, Time of Fear brings to light a player of particular interest: Fujimori's shadowy right-hand man, General Vladimiro Montesinos. With long-term and close ties to the CIA, Montesinos played a key role in assuring military support for Fujimori's 1992 auto coup and in using that situation to strengthen the positions of military officers with known ties to the drug trade. North Americans need to be more than vigilant against any U.S. involvement in Peru under the rubric of the war on drugs. There are good reasons to be wary of the PCPSL, its strategy, and its purpose. But our main fire must be directed at the abominable human rights abuses in Peru and the intolerable social system that is the main killer of its people. 213. But today we say enough. The Zapatistas' January 1, 1994, uprising and subsequent encounters against neoliberalism provided a key spark for igniting what the media later dubbed the anti-globalization movement. More accurately, the struggle is for democracy and equality, as well as respect for the environment, in the world economy. It's still too early to know how well the Zapatistas will do in overcoming past setbacks to third world struggles. Many questions of direction and strategy remain unresolved. But they place a welcome emphasis on democracy and deep roots among the people, and provide a vital example of continuing struggle. Voice of Fire. Communiques and interviews from the Zapatista National Liberation Army edited by Ben Clark and Clifton Ross Berkeley, New Earth Publications. It was as though a long-dormant volcano had erupted, throwing an incandescent light into what had been a grim, dark sky for the struggles of the oppressed. On January 1, 1994, the first day that the North American Free Trade Agreement went into effect, Zapatista rebels seized control of 6 municipal capitals in the dirt-poor state of Chiapas in southeastern Mexico. The Mexican army responded predictably enough with bloody repression. But some of the results were also surprising. The Zapatistas' skillful cultivation of international media attention, along with their call for intervention by the non-governmental organizations of Mexico, forced the regime to agree to a ceasefire and to negotiate on the rebels' demands for democracy for the nation and for social justice for the poor indigenous people of Chiapas. The group, which was virtually unknown to the outside world, is the Zapatista National Liberation Army, known as the EZLN, for the initials in Spanish. We now have a chance to at least glimpse their heart and mind with the recently published collection of their communiques and interviews. Voice of Fire has many, but not all, of the EZLN statements from January 1, 1994, to June 10, 1994. The translations from Spanish are done by various sources and, while not flawless, they are easily readable. To people in the U.S., the uprising may have seemed like a shocking, spontaneous combustion, but it was actually 10 years in the making. A few non-indigenous revolutionaries from other parts of Mexico, including the No Famas Mask spokesperson, Subcommandant Marcos, came to live among the indigenous people in the jungles and mountains of Chiapas. The movement includes all 6 of the major ethnic groups among the Mayan Indians there. Thus, the roots and continuity of the struggles really go back a whole lot longer. As the EZLN says in its January 2, 1994 declaration of war from the Lacandona jungle, we are a product of 500 years of struggle. We have nothing. 214. But today we say enough. Absolutely nothing, not even a decent roof over our heads, nor land, nor work, nor health, nor food, nor education. But today we say enough. Editors Ben Clark and Clifton Ross wisely include one piece written by Marcos before the uprising that provides us with essential social and economic background. Capitalism bleeds Chiapas in 1,000 different ways, sucking out the oil, gas, coffee, and timber and leaving the imprint of capitalism as change, ecological destruction, agricultural plunder, hyperinflation, alcoholism, prostitution and poverty. Of the 3.5 million people of Chiapas, 72% do not finish the first grade, 1.5 million don't have access to medical services, and 54% suffer from malnutrition. These overall statistics are much more dire for the 2/3 of the population that is rural and particularly for the 1 million who are indigenous. Chiapas also has the highest mortality rate in Mexico. The close to 15,000 deaths a year is overwhelmingly caused by readily curable diseases such as respiratory infections, parasites, malaria, and cholera. The White Guards, death squads that are financed by the big landowners and trained by the Mexican security forces, have brutalized campesinos who have tried to organize against these conditions. NAFTA promises to make things much worse. While the debate in the U.S. revolved around the pros and cons for relatively well-paying jobs here, the primary crime of NAFTA is the way it will destroy the livelihoods of those living on the very edge of subsistence in Mexico. To help integrate markets, the Mexican government revised Article 27 of its constitution to now allow land that had been reserved for small owners and communities to pass to large, private estates. Further, the new imports of cheap com from U.S. agribusiness will totally flood the market and ruin Mayan campesinos, forcing more into starvation, driving many off the land, and undermining a culture in which the relationship to the land and to com was a centerpiece. As Marcos says in an interview, NAFTA is a death sentence for the Indians, an international massacre. This series of documents does not provide a detailed map of EZLN structure and strategy, but some fascinating facets do come to light. The Zapatistas explicitly distinguish themselves from earlier guerrilla groups where a small, armed vanguard aspired to lead a revolution. Instead, they emphasize the mass character of their movement, and insist that major decisions are made through democratic discussions and votes in the communities. They argue that change doesn't come from just armed action but rather through all forms of struggle, on many different fronts. While Subcommandant Marcos stands out as a spokesperson and as the presumed military leader, he stresses that he is fully subordinate to the collective political leadership of the Revolutionary Clandestine Indigenous Committee, which is elected by the people and is 100% indigenous. Editor Clark asserts that Marcos is the author of most of the CCRI communiques. But while Marcos's signed work has a refreshing, sardonic wit, many of the CCRI communiques resonate more with the affecting lyricism that 215 peeks out in the occasional interviews with Indian leaders. The CCRI statement to 500 years of indigenous resistance is worth quoting at length. In our heart there was so much pain, so much death and suffering that it no longer could be contained in this world that our ancestors gave us, and even the hearts of the plants and animals were filled with pain, and the hearts of the stones and all the world was filled with pain and suffering, and the sun and wind suffered and were in pain and the land was in pain and suffering. Everything was pain and suffering, everything was silent. And we saw, brothers and sisters, that it was dignity that was all we had. We saw that we had to win a dignified death so that everyone would live one day, with good and with reason. Filled with fire, we rose to walk again, our step firm again. Our hands and our hearts were armed. For everyone, says our heart, not for only some, not for the few, for everyone, cried our spilled blood, flowing in the streets of the cities where lies and deprivation govern. This revolutionary movement offers a perhaps unique blend between local and national demands. The EZLN is completely rooted in the fight for social justice and human rights for the indigenous of Chiapas but still sees the primary issue as real democracy for the Mexican nation as a whole. Thus, they also differ from past guerrillas by disavowing any intention to seize power. We don't want to impose our ideas on Mexican civilian society by force of arms. Instead, their goal is to open up a free and democratic space of political struggle so that the proposals for society from the different classes will be resolved according to who convinces the majority of the nation. They are so strict in keeping the focus on democratic space that they don't put forward their own proposal or broad vision. Only once, in the pre-uprising essay by Marcos, is some indication given, when socialism is mentioned as the only hope of this world on earth. The central demand of the uprising is contained in the steps the EZLN sees as necessary to achieve national democracy, the resignation of the illegitimate government, the formation of a transitional government made up of respected and independent NGOs, their supervision to ensure new, clean elections throughout the whole country and at all levels. This program in effect calls for dismantling the current rule by a single party, the PRI, which has used bribes, repression, and fraud to guarantee continual electoral victories over the past 65 years. In addition to this fundamental goal, the EZLN put forth numerous, more specific demands such as for schools, clinics, and cooperatives to end illiteracy, curable diseases, and hunger. The series of demands for indigenous women is of particular interest. The most outstanding issue is reproductive health, with the sky-high maternal mortality rate. Other demands include alleviating the onerous domestic workload, providing daycare centers, and helping women market their craft work. The women also call for freedom from physical abuse, freedom to choose a spouse and how many children to raise, and access to decision-making. 216. But today we say enough. Power. Curiously, though, this entire section on women does not figure into the EZLN's later evaluation of the government's response to their demands. There were 2 women in the 19-member CCRI delegation to the negotiations, and this book reprints a valuable interview with them. Overall, we can infer that there have been important advances in women's participation while, of course, there is still a long way to go to achieve equality. These voices and from the Lacandona jungle are stirring. Their emphasis on political direction from the indigenous communities and their commitment to full democracy is welcome. Nonetheless, Based on what is presented in this book, there are some major gaps and key unanswered questions. The call for national democratic space expresses an ideal, but there is very little offered on the formidable obstacles in practice. How can decisions truly be made by the majority when the means of public discussion are so thoroughly monopolized? The only specifics that appear in this regard are a demand for an indigenous radio broadcasting system and the favorable reference to plebiscites as a way the people can confront the power of the ruling party. But even plebiscites can be very undemocratically manipulated when wealth and power are essential to having a powerful national voice. A related set of questions revolves around what strategy the movement will have when facing the all-out assault by state power. Can the EZLN's commitment to subordinate their military command to a community decision-making process hold up in conditions of full-scale war? A partial answer as to their view of political power can be seen in the EZLN's call to the range of NGOs to intervene in the struggle. It is almost as though they see themselves as an armed spark for a much broader, primarily peaceful and politically varied movement. This appeal to civil society proved to be a very effective tactic to stop the army repression in January 1994. But it remains to be seen if it can be forged into a winning strategy to actually break the hold of the ruling elite. Marcos recognizes in an interview that there's the risk that the government will be able to politically isolate us at the national level, which is indeed the tack the regime has taken since the peace negotiations broke down. This collection ends with the communiques of June 10, 1994, which explain in detail why the Zapatistas rejected the government's proposals. Their critique, in essence, is that there was no substantive concession on issues of power. All that was offered was either commissions to study problems or small and localized concessions on social programs. Since then, the government held its elections as planned, on August 21, and the ruling PRI won in what international observers said was an election with many irregularities but clean relative to Mexico's past elections. Many commentators feel that the PRI's victory, at the national level, was mainly the result of the opposition party's inability to mount a credible alternative. But at the state level, the EZLN unambiguously charges that the PRI victory in Chiapas was imposed by outright fraud. In a communique issued on October 8, 1994, the CCRI alerts us that the 217 government has returned to a strategy of repression in Chiapas, including military provocations, evictions of people on occupied lands, and beatings and torture of campesino activists. More recent news reports say that the Zapatistas tried to blockade a series of towns to prevent PRI's state government from taking office. And the New York Times of December 22, 1994, reported the governor's claim that roads in and out of all 38 of the towns the rebels had infiltrated are now back under government control. As this review is written, Chiapas could be approaching another January 1 st uprising. However, if the documents in this book are a guide, the EZLN will do everything in its power to draw full political attention to the injustices while trying to avoid a full-scale military engagement. One particular value of Voice of Fire is how it highlights the special appeal to people in the U.S. for solidarity. After all, as the EZLN gently reminds us, the North Americans have a lot to do with the conditions of misery in which the Indians live. And, the Mexican federal government is using U.S. economic and military support to massacre Chiapas indigenous people. The issue is not only for justice down there, they can also provide us some much-needed inspiration and direction. Another post-Voice of Fire communique could, in a way, speak for all of us. Now is the time for hope to organize itself and to walk forward in the valleys and the cities. 218. Chapter 10. Life in the Balance, the Environment. 219. Life in the Balance. Fight for the Forest. Chico Mendes in his own words by Tony Gross. London, Latin American Bureau. When Chico Mendes was murdered in a remote town of western Brazil on December 22, 1988, it made headlines around the world. Mendes was not only a leader of the local Rural Workers Union, but also a frontline defender of the rapidly disappearing rainforests. Landowners assassinated him while pursuing their violent campaign to clear the land for cattle ranches. The centerpiece of Fight for the Forest, which recently came out in a new edition with background material and updates by Tony Gross, is a long interview with Mendez, completed days before he was killed. I don't get that cold feeling anymore. I am no longer afraid of dying. The resistance would still go on, and it might even be that much stronger. This remarkable and accomplished leader could not even read or write until he was 20. My life began just like that of all rubber tappers, as a virtual slave bound to do the bidding of his master. I started to work at 9 years old, and like my father before me, instead of learning my ABCs, I learned how to extract latex from a rubber tree. Rubber tappers are some of Brazil's poorest citizens, often refugees from other parts of the country, who make a living in the Amazonian rainforests by placing taps into rubber trees and harvesting the latex sap. In earlier generations, they were virtually serfs on rubber plantations, but synthetic replacements for rubber and international competition led to the decline of the Brazilian plantations in the 1960s and 70s. This situation meant more independence for the rubber tappers, but they continued to be held in a form of debt peonage by the merchants who controlled the marketing of the latex. The decline of the plantation also meant that the most powerful commercial interests shifted their focus to exploiting the land for cattle ranches. Preservation of tropical rainforests is of global importance. Such areas, only 7% of the Earth's surface, contain an estimated 60% of its plant and animal species. Even though only 1% of these plants has been studied for medicinal properties, they provide a quarter of all pharmaceutical products. 30% of the world's remaining tropical rainforests are located in Brazil. When the ranchers clear and bum large tracts of this land, it has terrible consequences for biodiversity, global warming, and soil fertility. The preserves for many unique species are destroyed, trees that absorb carbon dioxide are removed, the land is laid bare to severe erosion. In contrast, rubber tapping is not only a livelihood for impoverished workers but also a sustainable way to make use of the forest without destroying the trees. In 1975, despite threats, repression, and a dearth of finances, Mendez organized a union of the rural workers in his hometown of Zapuri in the county of Acre. He was also instrumental in the founding of the National Council of 221 rubber tappers 10 years later. The union fights for both the livelihood of the workers and the preservation of the forest. Key aspects of its program have included popular education to bring both literacy and critical thinking to the rubber tappers, health clinics to provide medical care in these remote rural areas, and marketing cooperatives to free the tappers from dependence on the merchants. While these programs have had pockets of success, the union hasn't had the resources or backing to develop them on any scale. Also, repression and violence have been major problems from the beginning. After the open assassination of Union leader Wilson Pinheiro in 1980, to which law enforcement turned a blind eye, the Union has emphasized a more decentralized movement, less dependent on leaders and based on grassroots discussion and participation. While education, healthcare, and marketing cooperatives are all crucially important, the heart of the movement's strategy is to force the government to set aside vast tracts of the rainforest as extractive reserves areas under public ownership, where those who live on the land have the right to harvest it, but private commercial interests cannot come in and clear it. In addition to rubber tappers, there are local workers who harvest nuts, babacu, and jute. These workers are not the only ones who live in harmony with the land. While their population has been decimated, there is still an indigenous population of some 6,600 persons in Acre and southwestern Amazonas. Commercial interests have prevailed upon the government to drastically reduce the areas reserved for indigenous peoples. Relations between the Indians and the rubber tappers were not good in past generations because the workers were used by the plantation owners for man-hunting expeditions that massacred and enslaved the Indians. The Modem Union movement under Mendez, however, has recognized the importance of building an alliance, and since 1986 has worked closely with indigenous representatives around their common interest in preserving the forest. This book, however, would have served us better by including more on the indigenous perspective on these issues. The rubber tappers' main tactic has been the MPAT, or standoff. When word gets out that a community is threatened by deforestation, people gather and march en masse to occupy the area. Women and children play a prominent role, and their presence deters the police from firing into the crowd. The occupiers stand in the way of the chainsaws and scythes and try to convince the workers to lay down their tools. The nonviolent protesters are usually arrested and beaten by the police, but on a number of occasions the MPAT called international attention to the environmental destruction and forced the government to set aside the area as an extractive reserve. The problem is that the ranchers, often with government complicity, have pursued a campaign of systematic violence against the movement. Chico Mendes was the best known but only one of more than 100 Brazilian rural workers killed in labor and land disputes in 1988, and there is almost never any legal accountability. Tony Gross offers an epilogue that sums up the partial reforms, and their limitations, that came in the wake of this infamous murder. He also describes some of the continuing violence against the movement. Gross, unfortunately, doesn't provide a grassroots view that can tell us whether the union achieved Mendes's goal of participation and initiative from the base, which can then move forward despite the killing of leaders. This perspective is best expressed in Mendes's own words: "Our movement grew out of the needs of the rubber tappers. We made a lot of mistakes but we learned from them. You know, people have to look after themselves, they have to fight and be creative. That's how we built this movement. We're involved because of our ideals and we'll never turn back. Our roots are too deep for us to think of giving up the struggle." Those of us in faraway North America must also realize that these impoverished and uneducated workers of rural Brazil are fighting and dying on the front line of a battle that has life and death implications for all of us. Pollution at the core. Confronting environmental racism. Voices from the Grassroots, edited by Robert D. Bullard, Boston, South End Press. When we think about the environment, our mind's eye immediately travels to scenes of pristine forests and cute but endangered species such as the spotted owl, and these are certainly important concerns. Yet the environment, the surroundings for the vast majority of people in this country, is either urban or suburban. These are plagued by dreadful pollution with a clear and present danger to human life. The worst cases usually get little media attention because they are foisted onto the communities with the least political clout: Native Americans, blacks, Latinos, Asians, and Pacific Islanders. Confronting environmental racism rips the veil off this disgrace, providing us with an eye-opening introduction to the problem and heartening initiatives to do something about it. As editor Robert Bullard tells us, the mainstream environmental movement has not sufficiently addressed the fact that social inequality and imbalance of social power are at the heart of environmental degradation, resource depletion, pollution, and even overpopulation. It is hard to come up with compelling statistics because government agencies such as the Environmental Protection Agency haven't done comprehensive studies on the hazards that most affect people of color. What? 223. Work that has been done reveals lethal environmental damage. To start with the air we breathe, 33% of whites, 50% of African Americans, and 60% of Latinos live in the 136 U.S. counties, in which 2 or more air pollutants exceed established standards. Then there is hazardous waste, the storage of which creates one of the most difficult and costly conditions. The U.S. produces between 250 and 400 million metric tons of toxic waste each year. By 1985, the EPA had inventoried about 20,000 uncontrolled sites but still had little idea how many remained unidentified. The manifold toxic wastes not only entail risks through direct contact but also seep into the water table and leak fumes into the air. The United Church of Christ Commission of Racial Justice's study in 1987 showed that the most significant factor in the location of commercial hazardous waste sites is race. 3 out of the nation's 5 largest such landfills were located in predominantly Black or Latino communities. In areas with either large or multiple facilities, the average minority percentage of the population was 3 times greater than for communities without such facilities. Overall, 60% of African Americans and Latinos live in communities with uncontrolled toxic waste sites. Lead poisoning is a heartbreaking problem that is particularly harmful to children because it damages their developing brains and nervous systems. Even low-level lead exposure can lead to attention disorders, learning disabilities, and emotional disturbances that can affect children for life. It can also cause many long-term health problems such as kidney disease. A 1988 government study that focused on lead-based paint, without adequate attention to the also serious risks from industrial and incinerator lead pollution, found that 49% of African American inner-city children, and 16% of their white counterparts, are exposed to dangerous levels of lead. Since then, medical studies have shown that even far lower exposures are harmful, which means that a far greater number of children are at risk. Not all environmental racism is urban. The most hazardous profession in the U.S. is that of a farmhand. The 2 million hired workers, 77% of them minorities, get the most direct exposure to the more than 1 billion pounds of insecticides, herbicides, and fungicides applied yearly in U.S. agriculture. Many of these poisons are implicated in causing such health problems as several types of cancer, sterility, birth defects, and neuropathological disorders. The EPA has been exceedingly slow at evaluating, registering, and regulating these pesticides and serves more as an agribusiness collaborator than a health protector. The farm workers are on the front line of a chemical war that, in smaller increments, contaminates all of us. Another type of rural setting is illustrated by the Chicano Ganados del Valle cooperative in northern New Mexico. This struggle has roots in the efforts to retain the land, particularly the traditionally communal lands, going back to the Mexican land grants of the mid-1800s. Much of this land was seized by a combination of fraud and force over the years, and has been depleted by 224. Pollution at the core. Commercial agriculture and grazing. More recently, the promotion of the tourism industry has engendered rising land costs that have made small-scale agriculture prohibitively expensive. This study describes a fascinating effort at a proactive form of environmental organizing, as the community has formed cooperatives to create ecologically sustainable development, a way to meet human needs without destroying the earth and its other life forms. Part of this approach, such as demanding some grazing rights for communal herds in the national forest, flies in the face of the purely preservationist impulse of the mainstream environmental movement, made up mainly of people who make good livings, at ultimately greater cost to the environment, in the city. But poor people need to make a living, too, and a carefully sustainable approach will provide greater long-term protection for the environment. Ecologically sustainable development is also a key for resolving the environmental crisis in the Third World. While this book focuses on the US, there is a strong chapter on the global level, where environmental racism is played out with a lethal vengeance. This chapter sketches such problems as the impact of wars, and nuclear testing, and the rise of the international trade exporting toxic waste from the industrialized countries to impoverished nations. We also learn why the trend to swap Third World debt for plans to preserve its forests is not always the benign solution it appears to be. Most importantly, this chapter highlights a core problem of economic development that is worth a book in its own right: the agro-export model, through which international capital displaces local food agriculture to promote the export of cash crops. These cash crops are input-intensive, are very land-depleting, and displace peasants who are then forced to clear forest land to survive. This approach produces cheap exports for the transnational corporations at the cost of hunger and land degradation in the Third World. The unbridled consumerism and the monomania for economic growth of the industrialized nations is at the root of global environmental destruction. As grisly as some of the realities are, confronting environmental racism is a very encouraging and hopeful book, because the other half of the story is the burgeoning of grassroots organizations to fight these problems in what has become the fastest growing sector of the environmental movement. For example, in 1989 the Citizens Clearinghouse for Hazardous Waste worked with about 2,000 community groups. By 1991 it was over 7,000. Unlike most mainstream environmental organizations, Third world community groups tend to be multi-issue, linking the environment to racism, distribution of wealth, and social priorities. Women usually lead these groups, frequently with a non-hierarchical and democratic style that is rarely practiced in national formations. While the mainstream environmental movement has been slow to recognize the importance of these issues, it has been pressed by the grassroots upsurge to be more aware and provide increasing support and sharing of resources. Confronting environmental racism has its weaknesses. The tone, especially the opening by Bullard, is much too dry and academic. There's a strong analysis of the importance of grassroots efforts but, despite the book's subtitle, little sense of the energy and activism of working within them. The format of 12 different essays by different authors inevitably means some overlap as well as significant gaps. There's not nearly enough on Native Americans. While the book mentions that Navajo teenagers have a rate of organ cancer 17 times the national average, there is no chapter devoted to such major problems as nuclear waste on reservations and the industrial despoiling of the sacred Four Comers area in the Southwest. Despite these weaknesses, this book is a great introduction to a crucial arena of struggle rarely mentioned in the establishment media, and comes with an excellent bibliography for further reading. To the degree that industry and government can, with the complicity of our unconscious racism, get away with imposing the most dire degradation on communities of color, the polluters are also creating large-scale and lasting environmental disasters that will eventually ripple out to all of us. As Bullard argues, no community rich or poor, black or white, should be allowed to become an ecological sacrifice zone. We must be visionary as well as militant. Our very future depends on it. This book surveys an exciting frontier of activism, one that combines the overriding importance of the environment with the core social problem of racism in the context of grassroots and democratic upsurges that are often led by women. Welcome to what may well become one of the most urgent and promising movements of the 1990s. 226. Busting a Grape, Humor. 227. To provide comic relief for myself and others, I've written dozens of satires. A few were spoofs on prison life. Most were in personal letters and particular to the person involved. Here is a sampling that readers might enjoy. 228. How I Busted a Grape. One of the first things that struck me about men's prisons is how much of the banter was about who was tougher, who could beat up the other. A typical, usually joking, exchange would be, if you give me any problems, I'm going to bust your jaw. Oh yeah? You couldn't even bust a grape. The story below shows first what a tough guy I am. March 8, 1988. Dear _ You may have heard about the dramatic events here. Before you judge me too harshly for the brutal action I was forced to take, please try to understand this environment. The worst thing that can happen to a prisoner is to get labeled as soft, then the predators will abuse him, steal his property, and even rob him of his dignity. My problem started when that damn mouse ran into my cell. It wouldn't have been so bad except that there were guys standing out on the gallery who saw me when I jumped up on my bed and started shrieking. After that, the word started spreading like wildfire, Dave is softer than baby shit. I knew things were getting bad when guys started asking me what size sneakers I wore. I just had to take decisive action to put it in check. Deeply depressed, I was shuffling into mess hall one morning with my head hanging down when I saw my opportunity. There, lying on the floor was a grape. This was it. I would show everyone how tough I really was by busting a grape in front of the entire mess hall. So I lifted my right leg high in the air, gave a blood-curdling karate yell, and came down with a full-body stomp on that grape. Unfortunately, my aim was a little bit off, and my heel just caught the very edge of the grape. Well, you know how slippery grape skins can be. My feet went skidding out from under me, and my body did a backward flip. Fortunately, I landed with the fleshy part of my backside squarely on top of the grape, totally smashing it. Even though the grape was under me, everyone could tell that I busted it. I mean, why else would everyone in the whole mess hall stand up, Laughing and clapping? Unfortunately, I dislocated my back and broke a few limbs in the fall. While it may be true that after this fight I had to be carried to the hospital on a stretcher, I was clearly the victor. My opponent had to be, quite literally, scraped off the floor. I know you probably want to boast to your friends about my great exploits, which is fine. But don't brag too much. There's no need to get into all the details like which part of my anatomy I used. One other thing, please don't complain about my sloppy typing. You see, I'm lying in the hospital bed in a full body cast and in 4-limb traction. I'm typing by holding a pencil in my mouth and 229. Moving my head back and forth to peck the keys. In fact, I'm getting pretty dizzy and have to bring this letter to a close. But don't ever let it be said that David Gilbert couldn't bust a grape. Transfer request. Correction Counselor. D. Gilbert, 831-6158, DL24. June 8, 1988. Transfer request. 2. From. Date. Re. You informed me that as part of my periodic 6-month review I am eligible to request a transfer to another facility. The issue for me has always been being behind bars at all, not which particular camp I am in. And, as you know, it has not been my practice to ask the Department of Correctional Services for any favors. But, I have just heard about a facility that is so much more suited to my needs that I feel it is worth breaking with my past precedents to make this request. I believe that my outstanding disciplinary record over the years entitles me to favorable consideration for a transfer that would so markedly improve my conditions. The facility I have in mind provides many times the cell per inmate than I currently have, and it affords all the outside recreation one could want. While the food is of comparable palatability, I understand that it provides a lot more in the way of fresh greens and whole grains, which are so important for long-term health. Evidently, there is also no problem in getting a shower every day. And this is one facility that absolutely does not tolerate any staff brutality against the inmates. Most importantly, the requested facility is much closer to my family and friends in New York City and has very liberal visiting hours. Amazingly, I'm even told that it permits you to share a large cell with your mate if she too is incarcerated. For all those outstanding features and the qualitative improvement from my current situation, I am asking you to kindly approve me for a transfer to the Bronx Zoo. 230. Dearest Chisa. This one was a letter to my son when he started college and was prompted by a snafu that delayed my getting his new address there. September 5, 1999. Dearest Chisa. Hugs and kisses to you. My apologies for not writing earlier, but I didn't have your address. Of course it would have been much more considerate if I at least dropped you a quick note explaining why I couldn't yet write a letter, but you know what an insensitive brute I am. Besides, even though you are the cynosure of my universe, I wasn't quite 100% sure that a card addressed Chisa, somewhere in America would reach you. Speaking of somewhere in America, when I received no address within 10 days of your visit, I became convinced that you had gone underground. And I don't know of any subway systems in New Haven. What one heard was that you were calling it the 1U, which I took to be your way of saying to the government, well, defeat you. But then I found out that, literate fellow that you are, you took your inspiration from Hamlet, and the acronym stands for the whether or not underground, certainly less action-oriented than we, but a lot more philosophical and nuanced. Needless to say, I've been terribly worried about you, out there in the big bad world on your own and cut off from your weekly inoculation of silliness from yours truly. Indeed, my sui generis humor is so tasty and substantive that it's affectionately known as popcorn. And we have an even softer, more cuddly version in Boston, Pupcorn. Anyway, it's a relief to learn that you are safely ensconced at Yale. As I think about it, those Ellis one were very shrewd in making it so hard for me to call you. Otherwise, obviously, I would do all your coursework for you and you would get a Phi Beta Kappa without ever touching a key. But, genius that I am, I've valiantly overcome the communication delay by preparing all of your term papers in advance. 1 for creative writing and action story, the battle with blood-soaked U.S. capitalist patriarchal white supremacist homophobic imperialism and all its running dog lackeys and evil gentry. 2 for biology, a study in parasitism, the battle with blood-soaked U.S. capitalist patriarchal white supremacist homophobic imperialism and all its running dog lackeys and evil gentry. Well, I won't ruin the suspense. 231. For you by writing out the other titles, but I've also completed your history and economics papers, all in one fell swoop. And it goes without saying that the same paper will completely fulfill your foreign language requirement. With my work, you're guaranteed all A's. Of course, there are no free lunches. In return, and to do something with your resulting free time, I have a major research mission for you. There are certain profound and fundamental enigmas of nature and science that have perplexed me for years. Now that you have ready access to a voluminous library and a gaggle of eminent professors, you should be able to find the answers. 1. Do cemetery workers prefer the graveyard shift? 2. Is there another word for synonym? 3. Why is abbreviation so long? 4. Why is bra singular and panties plural? 5. Can you be a closet claustrophobic? 6. What is the environmentally correct response when you find an endangered animal that eats only endangered plants? Or perhaps in a pathetic paroxysm of parental pride, I misunderstood what you meant by Yale, and you're actually at the top brand name locksmith school. Hey, don't knock it, that could open the door of opportunity. It's a good trade. So keep on picking away. Silly with love. 1. Ellis is short for a characteristic form of communication akin to email but properly named Eli's because, like all bourgeois thought, it is full of bull-do. 232. Linguistics and the common man. There are many injustices in the world today, but one in particular has always bothered me. A foreigner could study English at a university or language school for years and, despite his or her total mastery, still be totally incapable of communication with the common people. Imagine our visitor, straight from his or her PhD in English, landing in New York City and asking a local denizen how, for example, the local sports team did that day. A typical response might be, "Those motherfuckers fucked that shit up so fucking bad that I don't give a third flying fuck about those assholes no more." Not only would our doctor of English not have the slightest clue as to what was being said, but he or she would thumb frantically through the dual language dictionary or Berlitz book to no avail, years of arduous study and many thousands of dollars in tuition all down the drain. In fact, we have conducted a statistical survey of language use and have found, at least among the male of the species, that fuck, or some variant thereof, constitutes 19.3% of all spoken words. What sort of English course is it that censors out 1/5 of the spoken language? We cannot simply decry this gross injustice, we must do something about it. To remedy the matter, we've called upon the renowned professor of linguistics, I'm no Chomsky, to prepare a course on English as spoken by the common man. To begin his field work, Dr. Chomsky was dropped unobtrusively, by helicopter, into the North Yard at Clinton Correctional Facility. What follows is his first field report. I arrived in the Clinton Yard on Christmas Day, with my tape recorder over my shoulder and my notebook in hand. There was one phrase on the lips of all the men who were out, "It's as cold as a motherfucker out here." From this universal usage, I deduced that motherfucker, a noun, was something known to be extraordinarily cold. Some inmates even discussed how the warden's heart is colder than a motherfucker, so, that particular person must have reached absolute zero. Just when I felt I had settled the matter, we all went into the blocks. Much to my surprise, the men on the top galley began to shout, paradoxically, "Turn down the heat, it's as hot as a motherfucker up here." Motherfucker had the polar opposite meaning in this context. After days of perplexed observation, I learned that someone could be as fat as a motherfucker or as thin as one, as strong or as weak, as rich or as poor. After much reflection it finally dawned on me, motherfucker plays a unique role in the language analogous to what accent is with spices. It is an enhancer word that intensifies any quality to which it is appended. Of course very plays the same sort of role, but very can become very tiresome and can't be said with much inflection. Moreover, very can only be an adverb, whereas the premier enhancer word, motherfucker, can appear in the form of a noun, or adjective, or even as a verb. This previously unparsed. 233. Word is more colorful and versatile than any we can find in the Queen's English. Our journey of inquiry led us to an even more amazing discovery: English can be a tonal language. Motherfucker, aside from its enhancer role, can have at least 4 different meanings depending on tone: 1 a lowlife or despicable person, 2 a regular guy, 3 a solid and respectable person, and 4 with a dramatic change of tone. This same word can actually become an entire sentence meaning, let's fight. We don't believe that our discovery of English as a tonal language has ever previously been recognized in a bona fide academic study Nobel Prize committee. Take note. Dr. Chomsky's field report is just the beginning of our life's work to construct a curriculum for real English. Part 2 will examine various conjugations of to fuck as well as look at the dialectical concept of fucker and fucky. Part 3 will examine some very elegant uses of synecdoche, as in bring your ass over here. Part 4 will deal with the more esoteric use of oxymoronic scatology such as that's some real clean shit. While we are deeply committed to rectifying the terrible injustice of the now universal and bogus English courses, we implore the reader not to expect instantaneous results. Working in the field to develop a genuine linguistics can be a real motherfucker. 234. Children's stories. 235. David and Chisa, August 1984. 236. The Big Feet. What my son and I could do together in a prison visiting room was limited by the setting. So we developed storytelling as a major activity. Here is one I told him when he was 4 and asked for a scary story. The main character, as in most of our stories, is him, and the child care center represents the one he was attending at the time. The name of the story is The Big Feet. Sean and all the children at the Sunshine Child Care Center made a very special summer trip, way across the Atlantic Ocean, to the treetop village high up in the Pyrenees Mountains of Spain. They weren't going as tourists but rather to live and work among the people of the village. Treetop was a high and remote village. There was no airport up there or even roads that led into it. The children had to carry their belongings in backpacks as they climbed the steep and difficult mountain path. At times they thought they weren't going to make it. But they helped each other out and stuck with it all the way. When they cleared the last mountain ridge, they knew immediately that it had been well worth the effort. They had never seen such a beautiful village before, high in the mountain clouds, with a crisp blue sky, a breathtaking view, and lush fruit trees all around. And the people of the village were very warm and friendly, with a glow that comes from leading a healthy life. The Sunshine children pitched right in with all the work, setting up tents, picking fruit, washing clothes, whatever. Despite the friendliness of the people, the Sunshine children began to detect a strange reserve or tension among the tree toppers. "This is such a gorgeous place to live, it's perfect," gushed Sean. "It could be," retorted John Treetop. "It's so quiet and peaceful," exulted Audrey. "We long for peace," sighed Sarah Treetop. Something was amiss, some deeply held and frightening secret that the villagers were keeping from the children. The Sunshiners pressed the villagers, who finally answered. "We didn't want to trouble you, our guests, but you have become like members of our community, and besides we won't be able to keep it secret much longer. The very survival of our village is menaced by the marauding Big Feet." At the very mention of the word Big Feet, the whole village shuddered. "Who are these Big Feet and why are they so scary?" asked Audrey. "Why would they hurt the village?" queried Sean. But the villagers were so obviously terrified that it seemed silly to even ask. Finally Sarah Treetop said, "We will show you, you will see for yourselves." Very quietly Sarah and John led the children as they slithered through the high grass to a place where they could hide behind some rocks. There, in a little valley below, they could see these giant and scary creatures tending to a herd of sheep. 237. "See what we mean," hissed John. The big feet were about 8 feet tall, with pointed faces, very hairy, and with giant feet. They certainly looked like formidable enemies. "We live here with you, and we will share your battles," said Sean bravely. "And we have a way we can help you," added Audrey. "We practiced archery at Sunshine. We're great with bows and arrows." Quietly the Sunshiners broke out their bows and arrows and took very careful aim for the first surprise volley. But the big feet must have sensed the attack. They just reached up with their big, powerful hands and plucked the arrows out of the sky, throwing them back in the direction from which they came. Panic seized the kids and the villagers. They didn't slither back through the grass, rather they tore through it as fast as their legs would carry them. Back in the village, they tried to evaluate what had happened. "Clearly these creatures are powerful," said Seem, "but we can use an even more potent weapon, fire." So they carefully planned their move, and the next day they snuck up on the big feet, setting a ring of fire around them, and watched as the wind blew the fire toward their enemies. But the big feet felt the heat closing in and, all together, blew out a giant breath. This sent the flames shooting back at the attackers, singeing their hair and putting them on the run. Back in the village, the people were even more frightened and discouraged. But Sean had one more idea: well, use the most powerful force in the whole universe, gravity. Before sunrise the next morning, they snuck up to the hill overlooking the Big Feet encampment, and amassed a giant pile of rocks. At the signal, they pushed the rocks down the slope, starting a giant rock slide. But the Big Feet awoke with the sound and were strong enough to actually catch the rocks and throw them back at the attackers, who really panicked this time and ran so fast down the other side of the hill that they ended up tumbling and sliding most of the way on their backsides. Now they were back in their village with singed hair and black and blue butts, and very demoralized. But they didn't have time to discuss it because they suddenly heard an ominous thump. Thump. Coming towards them. Every minute it got louder and louder. Thump. Thump. "Oh no, the Big Feet are coming to get us." Thump. Thump. Quickly they tried to scramble out of the village, but the path out was already blocked by a phalanx of Big Feet. They rushed toward the back way out of the village, but that way was blocked by the Big Feet. In desperation, they tried to claw their way up the mountain, but the Big Feet were there too. Now they sat cowering in the center of Tay village as the sound only became louder and louder. Thump. Thump. Thump, and they were completely surrounded by the humongous Big Feet carrying giant clubs. Everyone was too petrified to say a word except for one little boy who was so curious that he forgot his fear for just a moment. "Why?" squeaked Sean. "Why?" roared back Yetta, the leader of the Big Feet. "Yeah, why?" added Audrey. "Why do you want to hurt the people of this village?" 238. The Big Feet. "Why?" shouted Yetta. "Why?" she sputtered with rage. "Aren't you the people who shot arrows at us, set fire around us, poured rocks down on our encampment?" "Yes we did," admitted Sean, "but we had to do that to protect ourselves against such a powerful enemy." And at this point all the people in the village and all the Big Feet burst forth with stories of how the others had attacked them. They all had many complaints, and each side claimed to be acting only in self-defense. As they talked and talked, the anger faded because they realized that they didn't have to be enemies. In fact, the Big Feet offered some nice warm sheep's wool blankets that they would be happy to trade for some of the village's luscious bounty of fresh fruit. When it came time for the children to return to New York, the Tree Topers threw a big goodbye party, and invited their friends the Big Feet. At the party, the villagers unveiled a plaque they had put up in the mountainside which told the whole story of what happened, With a special thanks to all the children of the Sunshine Daycare Center and a salute to Sean, a little boy who had the courage to ask why. The vortex. During the long intervals between visits, the only way to be in touch with my son is the phone. But like many kids his age, he isn't into talking on the phone. I would ask him what he did at school that day, what games he was playing, etc., but he wouldn't have much to say. I guess for him it was boring to report on something that had already happened when he'd rather be doing something with me. So we created epic stories together that we could develop in episodes over successive phone calls. Phone access has varied over the years, but typically I could call him once a week, with a 20-minute prison time limit on the call. We would get a good start on a story during a visit and then keep it going with 20-minute episodes each week. I would try to end each week on a suspenseful point. One of our epics went on for 18 months. These stories are very much joint creations. Often my son will set the terms for what he wants included. At key crisis points I stop and ask him what the main character does or says. Here's a condensed version of several episodes from an epic we developed when he was 8. Intro: Sean, Kwame, Katie, and Roland were on a cross-country surveying trip to find ways to replace the missing ozone in the atmosphere. We got caught in a tornado in the Minnesota mountains and, after a harrowing escape, helped evacuate local people into a remote valley forest. The local people had always been terrified of this forest and never entered it. We soon found out why. In the center of the valley a giant vortex was sucking everything within range into it, like a mini black hole on Earth. 239. Sean himself was almost sucked in and was only saved by clinging to a tree until we could get a rope around him. Then we noticed that our instruments were going wild, showing a severe ozone depletion in the area. Was that also a result of the strange vortex? We realized that the mystery of the vortex had to be explored. But only the government had the resources to do so, and they were strangely reluctant to look into it, ignoring all our reports. We had to mobilize widespread concern through teach-ins, TV interviews, and demonstrations to force the government to do something. The following episodes open with the resultant meeting with the government representative, Stevens. Stevens said, yes, we quite agree that the vortex must be investigated. But we have a little problem. All our trained explorers are tied up in a secret space project, so secret that you didn't even hear me mention it. We just can't spare anyone. We can provide the equipment but not the explorer. The only way the vortex can be examined is if Sean, the only person ever to be at its mouth and survive, volunteers to go down into the black hole. Sean was about to shout back, "Are you crazy? For an untrained person to go down there would be certain suicide." But Roland gave him a kick under the table, indicating that he should accept this government offer. Sean even made a macho little speech about how he loved adventure and was honored to take this risk for his country. That statement pleased Stevens, who said, "This is an outstanding example of our policy of accomplishing great things through government support for private initiative." When the day for the exploration arrived, many people came to view it from the safe distance of a mile away. Katie was with Sean as the government outfitted him in a special explorer suit of high-tensile fabric that could withstand enormous pressure and heat. His face was protected by a thick plastic mask. Dressed in this high-tech outfit, Sean would be lowered into the vortex with super-strength titanium cables and later pulled back out. Once Sean was dressed, Katie said to the government man, "Please give me just 10 minutes alone with my son before he leaves on such a dangerous mission." Stevens could hardly refuse. As soon as he was out of the room, Katie and Sean had to move fast. They quickly got Sean out of the suit and replaced him with a dummy. Sean had scrambled out of the room through a trapdoor. The dummy had a tape recorder in it, so when Stevens returned he heard Sean's voice from within the suit proclaim, "Let's get it on." Thousands watched with bated breath as the figure of Sean was lowered into the vortex. Just as Sean descended, a colossal explosion rocked the mouth of the vortex and the whole valley. The figure was blown to smithereens. All that could be retrieved was the broken end of the titanium cable. Stevens went on national TV to proclaim his shock and heartbreak at the loss of such a heroic young explorer. The government declared a national day of mourning for Sean, but even that wasn't enough. Stevens said that the vortex had proven too dangerous for anyone to approach it ever again. It and the surrounding area were to be sealed off forever, guarded by troops, and renamed the Sean Roberts Memorial Protected Area. 240. The vortex. So, as it had planned, the government used the incident both to get rid of Sean and close off the vortex. But we had an advantage on our side. They thought that Sean was dead and that the three of us who remained were paralyzed with grief. As long as Sean stayed out of sight, we were now free to investigate. But how could four untrained people ever get to the secret of the vortex? To be continued next phone call. When the figure of Sean was lowered into the vortex, Kwame was sitting in the audience observing everything intently. He saw that it wasn't really an explosion but rather an implosion, with everything collapsing very rapidly inward. For all those hot gases to rush inward, there had to be an exhaust outlet somewhere farther down the line. Kwame estimated the volume, the direction, and the speed of the gases and calculated that there had to be an exhaust vent exactly 5.3 miles SSE of the vortex. Dressed in black and carrying picks and shovels, we snuck into the area at nightfall. At first we found nothing. But as Sean stepped over what looked like a rock, he was blown high in the air by a rush of gas and landed unhurt. We had found a camouflaged exhaust outlet. There was no possibility of climbing down the exhaust against the outflow, so we dug alongside it and broke through the ceiling of a giant underground room. Katie secured a rope and leapt down, then helped the others. We were in the center of a mammoth underground laboratory, with a huge computer and a complex control panel. But our moment of discovery wasn't such a delight, for in the same instant we felt round nozzles sticking into our backs. We turned to see the barrels of giant laser guns trained on us. These were no little handheld Star Trek guns but killer machines that could easily cut a person in half. To be continued next phone call. A strange, rumpled man emerged from behind the lasers asking how dare we intrude into his laboratory. We realized that our only chance for survival was to convince him that we had no idea what was going on. "You mean this isn't the engine room of the Grand Coulee Dam?" exclaimed Sean. "That tour guide really messed us up," complained Katie. The man, obviously relieved, introduced himself as Dr. Linoleus and offered us a guest room for the night. To our naive questions, he passed his project off as a computerized study of nocturnal flight patterns of bats, to which we responded with very bored yawns. He showed us to a guest room with cots. Once inside the room, we saw that we were locked in. We also discovered that the room was bugged. Continuing to talk verbally as naive tourists, we used sign language to discuss our real plan of action. There had to be a way to explore the area. We spotted a grating covering an air vent in the ceiling. But the crawl space was very small, only Sean and Kwame could possibly fit through it. They would have to go alone. 241. The vent system was complex, almost like a maze. Kwame and Sean tied a string to the grating and unrolled it as they went so that they could FMD their way back. After a long crawl through the dust and darkness, the main vent took them to a view of an incredible sight, a long, metallic tunnel passing through a lake of molten, bubbling metal. This was all surrounded by a strong magnetic field, and there was a giant funnel for sucking in ozone. Kwame and Sean crawled carefully back to our room, rolling up the ball of string as they returned. In the morning, Dr. Linoleus let us out of the room and offered us breakfast. We asked a few polite questions about his bat study and he bid us farewell. As soon as we left the area, we checked to make sure we weren't being followed, then made a beeline for the University of Minnesota. We couldn't wait to describe our discovery to two renowned scientists active in the ecology movement, Drs. Richard Greenberg and Elena Gonzalez. "Amazing," said Dr. Gonzalez. "It has to be a giant particle accelerator fed through a lake of ionized metal, all magnetized and then boosted to a higher energy level by an ozone-fed explosion." "We knew it was theoretically possible," exclaimed Dr. Greenberg, "but we never thought anyone would ever be mad enough to try it." "What do you mean?" "Try what?" asked Kwame. "They're trying to create antimatter. It must be a secret project to develop an antimatter bomb." "What's antimatter?" asked Sean. Dr. Gonzalez explained, "At the birth of the universe, for every type of matter that was formed, its exact opposite was also formed with the same structure but the opposite electrical charge and direction of spin. They're so perfectly opposite that if matter and antimatter ever meet, they completely cancel each other out. Boom, instant annihilation. Fortunately, matter gravitated to one universe and antimatter to another. Otherwise we wouldn't have a universe at all. It's the ultimate doomsday machine," said Dr. Greenberg. "If they can create antimatter, they can build a bomb that will make nuclear weapons look like firecrackers. Once they start an antimatter reaction, no one knows for sure where it will stop. These madmen in pursuit of their superweapons threaten the very survival of the world," Katie cried out. "We have to find a way to expose this project and stop it." "Let's go tell the newspapers and TV," suggested Sean. "No one would believe such a fantastic story, and all based on the observations of 2 kids, said Dr. Greenberg. "And once we showed our hand, the government would get us out of the way one way or the other," I added. "No, we have to stay undercover until we can come up with definite proof to show the public." At the very same time this discussion was going on, Dr. Linoleus was 242. The Vortex. Boasting to his head of security, Ed Williams, in the underground complex. "I sure fooled those dumb tourists," chuckled Linoleus. "Fooled them, my ass," retorted Williams. "I suppose that's why my people spotted a string trail in the vent system, a trail that was there in the middle of the night but gone in the morning. Those dumb tourists of yours have been casing the whole complex." "Well, why didn't you stop them?" sputtered Linoleus. "Because I have a better plan," answered Williams. "Right now I'm having them tailed by a surveillance team. They're going to have to come snooping back here to get more evidence. We're going to need some cover for when we do our first antimatter test. We're going to time it so that it goes off when they're here, that way we'll kill 3 birds with one bang. First, we'll get rid of the 4 of them forever. Second, we'll cover our test by saying the explosion was caused by their meddling, and third, we'll discredit the ecology movement for all time." To be continued next phone call. Katie said, "It's time to turn the tables, from being the hunted to becoming the hunters." "But how?" queried Roland, "with just the 4 of us alone against the most powerful government on Earth?" "We have something going for us," offered Sean. "Remember, everyone in the world believes I was killed in the explosion at the mouth of the vortex." We sat down and formulated our plan. When it was done, Kwame said, "So the government wants to find us? Well, come to them, and right at the vortex." We then proceeded to make phone calls, done quickly and from different phone booths to TV stations and newspapers throughout the state. It was Sean, unmistakably his voice, saying, "This is Sean Roberts and I am very much 243 alive. If you want to know how that could be, I will appear at the gate to the Sean Roberts Memorial Protected Area next Saturday at noon." Soon the excitement about the miracle of the vortex spread throughout the country. Thousands of people started to make their way to the back county of Minnesota by bus, by bike, by foot, and even by hang glider. Of course, the government security forces were questioning everyone coming into the area. They claimed that there was a bomb threat, but their real purpose was to intercept Sean and spirit him away. What they didn't know was that Sean was already at the gate in a hidden underground compartment that we had dug out 3 days before. Just at noon, when everyone had gathered, Sean popped out of his hiding place and shouted, "You want to see the miracle of the vortex? Just follow me." The 4,000 government troops, who had looked so imposing just a day before, were easily pushed aside by the 100,000 people. The government man, Stevens, was aghast, and ordered the troops to open fire. But the soldiers, whose families and friends were in the crowd, refused to shoot, and the crowd surged forward. We knew that once the people actually saw the antimatter complex they would believe us and that such exposure would end this dangerous project. But Dr. Linoleus met the crowd at the entrance. "Be reasonable," he said. "Would I lie to you? This is just a peaceful industrial project, but if you enter you could all be harmed by the radiation." The crowd wavered and the moment of decision was about to be lost. Just then a voice came on the intercom shouting, "Yes, he would lie to you." It was Dr. Elena Gonzalez, imploring, "People, please come in, it's important, you have to see what's happening here." Everyone rushed in and saw that she, along with Dr. Greenberg, had been tied up but had managed to get loose and get to the intercom system. Government agents had kidnapped them to try to force them to work on the antimatter project, but they had steadfastly refused. The scientists led the people to the edge of the sinister complex, explaining to all exactly what it was and how it worked. Sean felt a tremendous sense of relief after these frantic weeks of being hunted and knowing a terrible secret. Now that this dangerous and frightening project had been exposed, it would definitely be stopped. At that very instant, they felt a deep and powerful rumbling well up from the ground below them. "Oh, my God, I don't believe it," shouted Dr. Greenberg. "The government scientists have set off the antimatter reaction." To be continued next phone call. P.S. Needless to say, we figured a way out of this one, too. 244. Chapter 13. Lessons to help liberate the future. 245. 246. We study the past to draw lessons to help us liberate the future. Today's young activists are to be commended for showing much more interest than my 1960s gene ratio did in learning from earlier movements. Still, I want to alert you to two characteristic errors in such study. In looking at victorious revolutions in other countries, we mechanically applied lessons from far more advanced levels to our own embryonic stage. In looking at past U.S. struggles, we saw errors as mainly the result of wrong ideas in the heads of the leaders of the day. Thus, we implicitly flattered ourselves as outstanding individuals who would naturally be more principled and intelligent. This approach underestimates the material forces such as the depth of white supremacy or the repressive powers of the state that produce repeated errors. This brief two-part history is neither detailed nor definitive. It is written by a participant and partisan, with the goal of contributing to today's struggles. Students for a Democratic Society. The U.S. was rocked by widespread and tumultuous protests in the 1960s. SDS was the organization at the heart of the radical movement among predominantly white college students. It drew special vitality from its close relationship to the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the mainly black youthful and militant civil rights group doing the most courageous fieldwork in the South. SDS also became the spearhead for what became a massive movement against the war in Vietnam by organizing the first national demonstration against it on April 17, 1965. Back then, it was unheard of to challenge our government's foreign policy, so just to call for such a protest was radical, and the turnout of 20,000 people was very impressive. The work for that march also led to a defining break from SDS's parent organization, the League for Industrial Democracy, when we defied their orders to exclude communists. SDS, founded in 1960, received its early definition from the Port Huron Statement of 1962. The core concept was participatory democracy. Beyond electing leaders, people need to directly participate in discussing and determining the decisions that affect their lives, including in the economic sphere. The compelling issues were the civil rights movement and peace. The defining early work of SDS, along with its alliance with SNCC, was the Economic Research and Action Project. Students went to live in poor communities to build an interracial movement of the poor. While organizing success was limited, the experience was profound. 247. SDS hummed with a youthful vibrancy. Most of us rejected both red baiting and the Soviet model of socialism. Both red and black flags flew at our conventions. And we tried to apply participatory democracy to our own organization, with mixed results. The challenge to hierarchy felt liberating, even if often chaotic and inefficient. But there was a real problem of the tyranny of structurelessness, where decisions are made in an informal and thereby unaccountable way. The escalations of the war in Vietnam and SNCC's dramatic advance, in the summer of 1966, from civil rights to black power posed new challenges and led to some tension between the old guard, steeped in ERAP, and newly activated student militants. SDS wasn't prepared for how the anti-war movement would mushroom, but did provide a radical and militant presence within the much broader coalition. SDS still naively defined the system as corporate liberalism as we grappled to put together our anti-racism and anti-war impetus with an economic critique. The impact when the Black Panther Party burst onto the national scene in the fall of 1966 was electric. Their armed self-defense of their community from police brutality and their community self-help programs provided a living example of revolutionary nationalism and self-determination for oppressed people. Several other revolutionary nationalist groups, all drawing on the teachings of Malcolm. Who doesn't belong in this picture? David Gilbert, left speaks to a crowd during the Chicago Days of Rage while an inconspicuous police official listens in. 248. Students for a Democratic Society. X, emerged in this period. At the same time, the first photos were published of Vietnamese children burned by U.S. napalm bombs, which drove us crazy about stopping the war. SDS's slogan became "From Protest to Resistance," with a focus on draft resistance. Meanwhile, the inspiration of the civil rights movement, the key and assertive work of women in it, and the problems of sexism within the left all led to a rebirth of women's liberation. An early example was SDS's first ever all-women's workshop at our June 1967 National Convention. The air crackled with the energy and creativity the women generated. But their report to the plenary got a raucous reception, including catcalls and paper airplanes from many SDS men. Given that there had been little history of struggle, it isn't surprising that men were still very sexist, but such blatant hostility was shocking for an organization that prided itself on always siding with the oppressed. That debacle was an example of the problems that pushed many women to leave the left and contributed to an unfortunate tension between anti-imperialism and feminism, which weakened both. Many principled women, strengthened by the often unsung examples and leadership of women of color, continued to struggle on both fronts, but it took an Amazonian effort to do so. A high tide of struggle crested in 1968, with the Vietnamese's powerful Tet Offensive and more than 100 ghetto uprisings in the U.S. after Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., was assassinated. These events inspired SDS-led student strikes that shut down scores of colleges. We began to name and analyze the system as imperialism. Che Guevara's slogan of 2, 3, many Vietnams pointed to how such a colossus could be overextended and eventually defeated. The Black Rebellion was accompanied by militant upsurges of Native Americans, Chicanos, Puerto Ricans, and Asians in the U.S. The government's response was a vicious campaign of disruption and violence, called COINTELPRO for Counterintelligence Program. More than 30 Panthers were killed between 1968 and 1971, and more than 1,000 were jailed. Many other groups and activists were attacked as well. While that level of repression generally wasn't used against whites, we did experience harassment, arrests, and the threat of a wartime draft. More importantly, we identified with the Panthers and had vowed to stand by them. As rapidly as the movement had grown, we were still a small minority in white America. We had started out thinking all that was needed was to shake the moral conscience of America. We now found ourselves confronting the most powerful government in world history. Under this tremendous pressure, SDS split apart along the basic fault line of the U.S. bedrock of white supremacy, between the desire for a potential majority base among white Americans and the urgent need for militant solidarity with black and other third world struggles. One side said that revolution was about the working class and used that as a left cover for retreat from fighting alongside Vietnam and the Panthers, claiming all nationalism is reactionary. The other side rightly saw solidarity with national liberation as a priority for any revolutionary movement worthy of that name. However, we wrongly abandoned efforts to organize significant numbers of white people, which also limited our base for anti-racist activism. While the split moved along the horns of a real dilemma, there was a chance, although it certainly would have been difficult to achieve for a larger and more working-class movement base without pandering to racist trade union traditions. That strategy would have entailed reaching the growing youth rebellion with anti-imperialist politics, as well as allying with the emerging women's movement. We were too overwhelmed by the stark life and death challenges, combined with our own inexperience and weaknesses, to implement such a strategy in practice. SDS splintered apart in 1969 to 1970. One result was a series of formations that more or less reproduced the traditional white left opportunism toward the white working class. Another result was the Weather Underground organization, an unprecedented, if seriously flawed group that carried out 6 years of armed actions in solidarity with national liberation struggles. The Weather Underground organization. In a society where every single movie and TV program showed that the FBI always got their man, the Weather Underground eluded capture and sustained armed action for 6 years. In white supremacist America, where historically just about every promising radical movement among whites slid into compromising with racism, the WUO was known, at least at its best, for solidarity with national liberation. In a world where legitimate governments bombed villages and assassinated activists but decried any armed resistance as terrorist, the WUO carried out more than 20 bombings against government and corporate violence without killing anyone or so much as scratching a civilian. The springboard for these advances was the historical context. The 60s and 70s were unprecedented in world history for the number of revolutions in a short time, as national liberation movements in Asia, Africa, and Latin America overthrew colonialism and neocolonialism. It was also a high tide of black and other third world struggles within the U.S. These events spurred growing radicalism among white people. The WUO was not formed as a narrow conspiracy but instead was a focal point within a much broader surge of anti-war militancy, as thousands of military buildings and Bank of America branches were burned to the ground, and as hundreds of thousands of people joined demonstrations that broke government windows, disrupted meetings of bigwigs, and resisted arrest. Weather's exciting breakthroughs coexisted with costly mistakes. The earliest and most visible came during the first 6 months, while we 250. The Weather Underground organization were still above ground, our sickening and inexcusable glorification of violence, which grievously contradicted the humanist basis for our politics and militancy. We thereby handed effective ammunition to all who wanted to discredit our priority on third world struggles and our move toward armed struggle. To this day, almost all history about the WUO makes the mania of those 6 months the whole story, without looking at our correcting of that error and the ensuing 6 years of solid and humane anti-imperialist action. In my opinion, the basis for our early aberration was in the life and death crisis that split apart SDS. We were white middle-class kids who, witnessing saturation bombings of Vietnam and the murder of the Black Panthers we admired, felt compelled to make the leap into as. Instead of admitting our fear and inexperience and developing a suitable transitional strategy, we psyched ourselves up by glorifying violence and with macho challenges about individual courage. This frenzy was accompanied by basic, related errors, sectarianism, a scathing contempt for all who wouldn't directly assist, as militarism, making the military deeds and daring of the group all important rather than the political principles, and the need to build a movement on all levels. Early Weather's grave sins of commission were glaringly visible. The opposite movement sins of omission, which usually aren't even noticed, can be even more lethal. The terrible passivity of most of the white left to the early attacks on the Panthers gave the government a signal that it would not face widespread political costs for proceeding with its full-fledged COINTELPRO campaign, which killed scores and jailed thousands of Black, Native, and Latino activists. Weather's militarism culminated in March 6, 1970, when a frantic bomb-making effort, including anti-personnel weapons, resulted in an accidental explosion in a safe house that killed 3 of our own beautiful young comrades. This tragedy set off intense internal struggle that resulted in a qualitative change to a more integrated use of S to help mobilize and radicalize a potential mass base among white youth. Just 2 months later, young people poured into the streets more than 1 million strong in angry response to the state's killing of 4 anti-war protesters at Kent State University, and student strikes occurred on nearly 1,000 campuses across the U.S. At the same time, the dire need for anti-racist leadership was painfully revealed by the failure to respond in a similar way when the police killed 2 black students at Jackson State. The WUO's recovery from militarism didn't magically put everything into perfect balance. While seeing a potential base in youth culture was right, we quickly repeated traditional missteps based in white supremacy. For example, our dearth of material aid for Black, Latino, and Native armed groups. To appeal to white youth, we endorsed soft drugs, with little appreciation of drugs as a form of chemical warfare against the ghettos and barrios. We failed to respond to 251. The Panther 2L's very constructive criticism of our initial backsliding on drugs and militancy. There were subsequent moments of awful inaction, such as during the Native American occupation and government siege of Wounded Knee in 1973. Not surprisingly, our other major internal weaknesses were based in sexism, heterosexism, and classism. Women's participation and percentage of leadership were very strong, but in practice, a woman had to be part of a heterosexual couple to be a top leader. We had little political program around women's liberation, and we failed to make a serious effort for the needed alliance between anti-imperialism and feminism. Internal struggle on sexism was very inadequate, which dovetailed with a de facto homophobic culture. While many lesbian and gay comrades felt the strength to come out while underground, there wasn't real space for an affirming L/G culture. Out L/GS didn't make it to leadership positions, and we had no political program around L/G issues. Similarly, our middle-class background meant that we did a poor job at outreach to more working-class sectors of youth. There were related problems in our internal life. We embraced the theory of democratic centralism, but in practice, the organization was very hierarchical. Leadership tended to become manipulative and commandist, while Cotter tended to curry favor with leadership. Criticism/self-criticism was used to compete and maneuver for power rather than to build people. While a strong organization was key to survival, the above-mentioned reality made social ostracism a potent bludgeon against political dissent. As far as I know, there is still no clear-cut successful model for combining the two critical needs of a fully democratic internal process and of tight discipline for fighting a ruthless state. To me, a crucial lesson is that activists must consciously grapple with the powerful pull of ego that can lead us to put our own position and leadership above advancing the interests and power of the oppressed. Organizationally, we need to strive to live our political ideals: anti-racism, feminism, democracy, humanism in our personal relationships. Despite these serious weaknesses, 6 years of impressive successes resulted from what was right about anti-imperialism. Contrary to the spy movie mystifications that are all about sophisticated techniques and technology, our survival underground was based on popular support from radical youth and the anti-war movement. That was the key to solving needs such as ID, money, and safe houses. There were moments when the FBI hunt was breathing down our necks, but popular support meant that information was kept from the state and instead flowed to the guerrillas. Our stage of struggle was armed propaganda, with no illusion of yet contending for military power. Instead, the purposes of actions were to draw off some of the repressive heat concentrated on Black, Native, and Latino movements, create a leading political example of white solidarity with national liberation, educate about key political issues, identify the institutions most responsible for oppression, and encourage others to. 252. The Weather Underground Organization. Intensify activism despite state repression. We also provided examples of non-RMED struggle, pursued dialogue with the above-ground movement by writing to and reading responses in radical newspapers, and even created our own underground print shop. We wrote and published the book Prairie Fire, a well-developed statement of the politics of revolutionary anti-imperialism. The WUO's more than 20 bombings included the U.S. Capitol building after the U.S. expanded the war in Indochina by invading Laos in February 1971, the New York State Prison headquarters after the September 1971 massacre at Attica, and Kennecott Copper Company on the anniversary of the bloody 1973 coup against the democratically elected president in Chile. Every action was accompanied by a well-reasoned communiqué articulating the political issues. While there are number 100% guarantees, we placed the highest priority on avoiding civilian casualties and fortunately succeeded. The FBI never broke the WUO, but in 1976 to 1977 we imploded from our own weaknesses. The downfall came from drifting back into the traditional failures of the white left with the politics of the multinational working class, and a plan to surface from the underground to be central to leading the whole U.S. revolution. These positions negated the independent and leading role of people of color within the U.S. and at the same time undercut autonomous women's formations. When those forces sharply criticized us, we with our vitality sapped by the lack of internal democracy couldn't deal with it, and instead split apart amid harsh recriminations. The WUO was bomb in the era of the breathtaking rise of national liberation, in opposition to the U.S. foundation of white supremacy, and on the heels of exciting movement victories met by fierce government repression. Our demise was also rooted in heavy historical realities. COINTELPRO had decimated the Black, Native, and Latino leadership that had inspired progressive motion among whites. Our strongest base, the anti-war movement, shrank drastically after the U.SS 1973 withdrawal from Vietnam, and we didn't realize that we hadn't done nearly enough to develop anti-war consciousness into a deeper anti-racism and anti-imperialism. In learning from history, we need to break from the mainstream culture that defines people as either purely good guys or purely bad guys, which can lead to the self-delusion that getting certain basics down guarantees that everything else we do is right. The WUO made giant errors along with trailblazing advances. Hopefully both are rich in lessons for a new generation of activists. 253. How I Met Marilyn Buck. Marilyn Buck is an anti-imperialist political prisoner with an 80-year federal prison sentence for activities in solidarity with the Black Liberation Army. This reminiscence was first written in December 1985 and then slightly revised in December 1998 for an event honoring Marilyn. The year 1967 was a hothouse for rapid and intense changes in SDS. The guiding slogan of the day was "Move from protest to resistance," and we were in the midst of a soon-to-be successful struggle to get the organization to define the system as U.S. imperialism. It was also the year that SDS held its first national workshop on women's liberation. The way women's liberation was put on the agenda for the national convention was almost accidental. At a spring planning meeting, a long list of workshops was proposed for the summer convention. Women's liberation was added to the list without discussion or much thought about its significance. But as the women-only workshop was meeting at the convention in Ann Arbor, Michigan, it became clear to everyone around that something very significant was happening. When their report was later presented to the organization as a whole, the plenary session was chaired by a representative from the workshop, Marilyn Buck. The reaction in the plenary to the mere announcement of a report on women's liberation was the most disconcerting experience of my years in SDS. Men hooted and whistled from the floor, threw paper planes at the chair, and shouted things like, "I'll liberate you with my cock." Some men and most women were supportive of the report, but the initial response was defined by this raucous attack. The memory of that scene is still vividly with me some 18 years later. I was sitting in the plenary session, shocked and chagrined by the reaction. SDS was supposed to be an organization defined by siding with the oppressed against the oppressor. Even with little previous struggle, one would have hoped for at least an initial openness to and support for women's issues. Clearly there was a lot of struggle yet to go. Another strong impression was of the dignified and determined way in which Marilyn chaired that session. She never lowered herself by responding in kind to the catcalls and snide remarks hurled at her, nor did she ever retreat an inch in the face of this unruly attack. She calmly and firmly insisted that the report be completed and seriously discussed, and this goal was achieved despite the disruptions. The report from the Women's Workshop at the 1967 convention was an important watershed for our movement. It was the first major salvo to open up the issue of women's liberation within the New Left. It also exposed the appalling 254. How I Met Marilyn Buck. Depths of male supremacy within our ranks. It was a beginning point for a tremendous amount of struggle on which we still have a long way to go. For me personally, it was also a very striking introduction to the extraordinary and deeply committed comrade who chaired that session. Later, while underground in the 1970s, I occasionally spotted bits of news about Marilyn. Given that first encounter, it came as no surprise that she became our movement's finest example of a white person fighting in solidarity with black liberation, someone whose commitment and consistency we all needed to emulate. People at this gathering have some idea of what I'm talking about. But now, with more recent common work as political prisoners, I have the pleasure to add that along with her visible political practice that is so thoughtful and principled, Marilyn Buck is a wonderfully warm, caring, and creative human being. The townhouse explosion taught hard lessons. Ted Gold, usually I first see his warm smile, then sense his intensity whether on the basketball court or in a meeting, feel his earnestness in discussing strategy. Then I also remember his exuberance in enjoying music or performing guerrilla theater, at times even recall his depression after a breakup with a lover. On occasion his presence has vividly come back to me in a dream. The memories are still strong 20 years later, not only because I loved him but also because he influenced me greatly, partly shaped who I am. How painful it was to lose Teddy, Diana Oaten, and Terry Robbins so young, and because of a wrong strategy at odds with our deeper revolutionary commitment. I remember Ted at Columbia in 1968 as he set aside the ego problems of being part of an overturned and disdained old leadership to work enthusiastically to build the strike because he sensed what a shining moment it was to shut down that elite institution in solidarity with Harlem and Vietnam. A few months later, he was part of Teachers for a Democratic Society and breaking into schools, which had been chained shut as part of a racist teachers' strike against community control, to hold freedom classes with the community. It was Ted who recruited me into the New York Weather Collective and in so doing defied the contempt that could go with sponsoring someone who was then considered out of favor. I remember the first criticism/self-criticism in that collective, hours of which focused on Ted's male chauvinism. We had never been challenged so deeply on sexism before, and it was clearly very difficult for Ted, but he really hung in there, wanting so badly to be fully revolutionary. I left the next morning thinking that it was insane to hold a 24-hour criticism session, yet feeling wonderfully hopeful that we could change. 255. After I moved to Denver in October 1969, I only saw Ted 3 more times. Again, he was completely warm and friendly toward me even when it wasn't politic in the organization to do so. When the townhouse explosion took Teddy's, Diana's, and Terry's lives, I was literally overwhelmed with grief. It was the one time in my life when I felt on the edge of a mental breakdown. For some sectors of the movement, it was impossible to reconcile Teddy's humanity and rationality with his embrace of violent struggle. The solution to their dilemma was an interpretation that he was driven by middle-class guilt. This position was very quickly and articulately expressed in an April 1970 Nation article by J. Kirkpatrick Sale, who never knew or even met Teddy. Guilt is a psychological category frequently used to discredit our politics. Speaking lot myself, one fever felt guilty that one had enough to eat, adequate medical care, and education, but I did feel very bad, and I still do, that so many people are denied these necessities. What the pundits on guilt seem to miss is that we can identify deeply with oppressed people, that it can come from love rather than guilt, that our sense of our own humanity could be totally bound up with that of a peasant in the Philippines, or a young comrade in Soweto, or a mother of a disappeared person in Guatemala, or Eleanor Bumpers in the Bronx. The identification, far from stooping to uplift third world people, meant that we had a lot to learn and benefit from their struggle. That identification and excitement was best crystallized and enhanced by Teddy's 1969 trip to Cuba. My fondest and most vivid memories of Teddy are from the period right after he returned, happy, brimming with energy, convinced that revolution was on the ascendance in the world and even eventually possible here. I don't think I ever saw him, or any other student, feeling less alienated. He had thrown himself deeply into his delegation's meetings with the Vietnamese and Cubans, trying to absorb their analysis and apply those lessons to our own situation. One of the wonderful expressions of his energy and optimism was the delightfully creative lyrics he wrote to match the music of our favorite rock and roll songs. He sang them, we all did, with great gusto at meetings and marches. Sharing Ted's thoughts and feelings after his Cuba trip, I know that what compelled him to embrace armed struggle was his identification with black and other third world people, his respect for national liberation struggles, his belief that their advances could also open the potential for revolutionary change here. In particular, he did not feel that we could sit idly while the US military rained the most horrendous saturation bombing in history on Vietnam, and while COINTELPRO assassinated or jailed all the black leaders who had inspired us. We felt the need to fight this murderous system, including with arms, not only as a mandate of solidarity but also as necessary terms for building a revolutionary movement among whites. This reaffirmation of Ted's love, identification, and commitment is not meant to excuse the terribly wrong politics that led to the townhouse explosion, that proved so costly. Under the pressure of those times and still expressing our very competitive culture, we made many serious and interrelated errors. 256. The townhouse explosion taught hard lessons. Romanticization of violence, sectarianism, dismissing the potential to have both an underground and a militant mass movement, substituting status ratings on who is most revolutionary for honest political debate, perpetuating macho values, and failing to work with and foster potential allies for black liberation. These errors, this wrong politics, were not only extremely costly in our loss of 3 bright, lovely, idealistic young lives, but were also a setback in the broader struggle against imperialism. When activists take on armed struggle, the setbacks and costs are searingly visible. But this does not mean that true wisdom automatically lies in not assuming those risks. Those sectors of the movement who were far too passive toward the government's campaign of annihilation against the black liberation movement also made a very serious error and had wrong politics with very high costs in human lives. Our movement as a whole, after making some marvelous breakthroughs and advances, fell short of the needed synthesis of passionate anti-racism and a willingness to fight the repressive power by building a growing mass base for anti-imperialism. 20 years later, it is clear that we are still very far from having the answers. Even the struggles that most inspired us have had an infinitely harder time than we could have ever imagined in trying to build humane and economically viable societies in newly liberated nations. Right now, the media have focused world attention on the dramatic and sweeping changes in Eastern Europe with their incredible mix of progressive and reactionary aspects that don't neatly fit into our established terms of analysis. For all the sobering blows to our revolutionary optimism and changes in other areas of the world, reality has taken nothing away from the critique of imperialism, which is still, and even more so, an incredible daily assault on the human life and dignity of the world's majority. Not only have the conditions of life worsened terribly for people in the Third World and domestic colonies, but today we can add perilous ecological destruction, criminal negligence around AIDS and homelessness, and renewed attacks on the rights of women to our urgent critique. Ted Gold wasn't a saint. He shared the problems of arrogance, competitiveness, and machismo that plagued our movement. but neither can his life be trivialized as that of a guilt-ridden sad sack or fool. Ted was an extraordinary person, warm and expressive with friends, intense in playing sports, exuberant about music, dance, and love, humorous and creative. Most of all, Ted felt a deep commitment to all oppressed people, found their continued suffering intolerable, and admired their leadership and struggle for liberation, feeling that there were many lessons and much potential to also help us transform our own society. He had that love and commitment and was willing, no matter how imperfectly, to take risks to pursue it. In the spirit of Ted Gold, I hope that we who today remember the townhouse explosion never lose our sense of identification with the oppressed and never give up the effort to contribute to forging the possibility of a revolutionary alternative. 257. Political prisoners in the U.S. The last thing the U.S. government wants to admit as it preaches to other countries about human rights is that it holds political prisoners and prisoners of war. But in reality there are more than 100 such prisoners here in the United States, including in the New York State prisons. Such prisoners range from the freedom fighters of the Black liberation struggle to pacifists trying to dismantle nuclear weapons. What is a political prisoner? A political prisoner is anyone whose incarceration is a result of his or her actions taken, or positions espoused, on behalf of a political cause, specifically a political cause on behalf of the oppressed and downtrodden in society and against the powers that be. For example, many remember that literally thousands of Black Panther Party members were thrown in jail on trumped-up criminal charges. There are several types of political prisoners. Prisoners of war. These are captured freedom fighters from the Black, the Puerto Rican, and the Native American struggles. They consciously fought against the oppression of their people, they fulfill the obligation to oppose racist and colonial regimes. Indeed, they are soldiers in just struggles for national liberation. These include POWs from the Black Liberation Army and the Puerto Rican Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional, among others. Resistance fighters. These include white revolutionaries who have allied with third world movements, and see this social system with its racism, its sexism, its wars, and its economic exploitation as fundamentally unjust. The Ohio 7, accused of bombings against U.S. corporate support of apartheid and against U.S. military intervention in Central America, is one of several examples. Civil disobedience activists. There are those who refuse to abide by unjust laws and who have carried out acts of civil disobedience. These include draft resistors as well as pacifists who took direct action against nuclear weapons. For example, 4 Plowshares activists received sentences ranging from 8 to 18 years for trying to render a nuclear missile unusable. Prisoners of conscience. There are prisoners of conscience such as church workers jailed for providing sanctuary to refugees from U.S.-sponsored dictatorships in Central America. Also, in the past 3 years, some 45 people were imprisoned simply for refusing to talk to grand juries conducting political investigations. Such grand juries were usually focused on clandestine political groups such as the Black or FALN, and also sought a range of information to be used against movements for social change. The grand jury resistors have 258 political prisoners in the U.S. received sentences of up to 3 years simply for the crime of silence based on political principles. Another example is the women and men who have been charged with crimes for their efforts to register Black voters in the South. There are numerous instances when people have been framed on criminal charges because the authorities wanted to stop their political work. All of the above people were imprisoned by the U.S. or state governments because of conscious political actions and stands against oppression. They struggle against social conditions that are themselves truly criminal. To give but a brief indication, the infant mortality rate, a basic reflection of access to medical care and nutrition, is twice as high for Black babies as for white babies, and 1/3 of Puerto Rican women have been sterilized, a result of U.S. policies to control third world populations. The unemployment rate is well over 50% on many Indian reservations, while the Native Americans' means of livelihood have been decimated. Women workers receive only 57% of the pay that men earn, and then have the added burden of housework. Effective control of the economy is in the hands of 2% of the population, while it is the third world and working class youth who are used as cannon fodder for war. These dirty wars are used to enforce the economic exploitation of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, where 15 million children die each year from malnutrition and easily preventable diseases. The outside community should have a deep concern for political prisoners, for their incarceration is due to their active concern for the community. Historically, one crucial function of prisons has been to silence and eliminate effective opposition to the government. Prisons have been a weapon in particular to neutralize militants from third world struggles and to intimidate entire communities. If people on the outside allow such activists to be locked up and forgotten, it will strengthen the government's strategy to tighten the screws against protest and social change on the outside. The politics of prison. There is another, much broader category of political prisoner. These people are not in prison as a result of direct, conscious political activity, but their incarceration is political in the sense that it resulted from political conditions in society such as racism and economic inequality. There are innocent people convicted due to racist frameworks or due to the financial inability to mount a proper defense. There are also prisoners who were driven to crime by the needs of economic survival. Overall, it is very political who is in prison and who isn't. A black man is 6 times more likely to land in prison than a white man, while the rich hardly ever go to jail at all. Meanwhile, those who commit colossal crimes like stealing whole countries or profiting from war and hunger live in luxury and ease. Since these extremely political criteria determine who is put in prison and who is honored with wealth and power, the outside community has an important interest in examining the terms and functions of the criminal justice system. We 259 must be careful, though, not to use the political character of prisons to excuse many acts that do in fact hurt the oppressed and poor communities, sale of drugs, violence and theft within those communities, the use and abuse of women and children, etc. Just as it is important for the outside community to support those of us in prison, we must learn to respect and fight for the people of our communities. In this way, all prisoners can strive to become conscious political prisoners and thus eventually turn around the conditions that led to imprisonment in the first place. The anti-war movements, now and then. The following interview by Bob Feldman appeared in the June/July 1991 issue of the New York City's Lower East Side alternative newspaper The Shadow. Q. How did the Columbia Independent Committee on Vietnam get started? David Gilbert. We started in March 1965, about a month after President Johnson began the regular bombings of North Vietnam. LBJ had bombed North Vietnam earlier, after the rigged Tonkin Gulf incident in August 1964, but we were fooled into seeing this as a one-shot outburst. I was sure that some of the more established campus groups and leaders would form something. But when nothing happened after about a month, I called together a small group of people who had long been troubled by U.S. policy toward Vietnam. Q. Did anti-war sentiment predominate on campus? DG. Not by a long shot. Back then it was almost unheard of to question the government on foreign policy. Initially, the vast majority of students accepted what the government and media told them. But it was also a wonderful time of new openness and ferment. Students' social awareness and moral sensibilities were blooming due to the civil rights movement. The first thing the Independent Vietnam Committee did was set up literature tables on Low Plaza. We'd be out there for hours and hours each day debating the war, rather than discussing, because most students opposed us. But there was definitely a burgeoning anti-war sector, and events themselves were changing people rapidly. By 1968, more than 2/3 of the students at Columbia University opposed the war. Q. What was the relationship of the ICV to Students for a Democratic Society? DG. SDS was a national organization. Their work included support for the civil. 260. The anti-war movements now and then. Rights movement, organizing in poor communities, and actions against apartheid. With the benefit of a little more developed analysis they had, a few months earlier December 1964 put out a call for an April 17, 1965, march on Washington against the war. When the systematic bombing started in February, interest in this march mushroomed, and it ended up with, for then, a tremendous size of 20,000. Columbia, incidentally, sent 650 people, despite it being spring vacation, the largest single delegation in the march. Those of us who started the ICV really liked SDS because it combined the issue of the war with a program against racism and also had some sort of vague socialist perspective. So we started a small SDS chapter at Columbia. Still, there was such energy and awakening around the war that we felt we had to put our main effort into the ICV to provide a vehicle for the broader range of anti-war views and energy. By 1967, so many students were seeing the connections between the war and the underlying nature of society that SDS became the main organization, at the same time raising the level of militancy, e.g., by disrupting CIA recruiters. Q. Why do you think there was such extensive New York City Police Department Red Squad surveillance of the ICV at Columbia in the 60s? Do you think there is much spying on Columbia's campus today? DG. Well, it was both the Red Squad and the FBI. What struck me, I think it was even clearer in my FBI files than in the Handshook files, is how early the surveillance began. They started their files on me in 1963, when all I had done was go to some civil rights meetings and a couple of picket lines. The file on the ICV starts right from the beginning, with my very first leaflet on the war, long before they could have had even the remotest conception that we would consider Lega activities. One lesson is that their surveillance had nothing to do with law enforcement but was simply because they saw any significant dissent as a threat. Second, the surveillance wasn't just to keep an eye on us, they initiated disruptive activity against us almost from the beginning, usually trying to foment splits and distrust among us. One of many examples I remember, an ICV member came to me with a list she said she found while working at some government agency that had the names of 5 ICV members who were actually police informants. If I had gone for this faked information and accused these people or tried to kick them out, at the very least we would have lost 5 fine activists. More likely we would have had a major and bitter split in the ICV. Luckily, I knew too much about some of the individuals' background and integrity to go for the bait. Many examples became clear in retrospect once COINTELPRO, the government's illegal program to destroy the black movement and the New Left, was exposed. But there are still situations we're not sure about. To what degree was it our own weakness and misunderstanding, or to what degree had disinformation been consciously planted? 261. To maintain perspective, the infiltration of the ICV was minor compared to what was done to the black movement. There, infiltration began a lot earlier, was much more pervasive, and moved beyond character assassination to outright violence. As for the surveillance at Columbia today, I don't really know how to assess it from here. The government is so worried about the re-emergence of a student movement, I'd be surprised if they weren't at least keeping tabs on developments there. Q. How do you compare the anti-war movement then to the one now? DG. That's a giant question. There are many connections and also major differences. To start with, the US defeat in Vietnam has lain like an insufferable nightmare on the consciousness of the ruling class, like a demon to be exorcised, and has guided almost every detail of what they did in the Iraq War. On the other hand, the legacy of Vietnam, the wellspring of sentiment against interventions in the Third World, meant that this time around we had massive and broad-based anti-war activity before the fighting even began. And the hundreds of thousands of people who marched against the war on January 19 and 26 certainly dwarfed the 20,000 we found so impressive in April 1965. The similarities in the wars are that the US government is determined to crush any significant threat to its hegemony, and each war was fought to set an example to other Third World nations and movements. But there are vast differences, too. For one thing, Vietnam was fighting a national liberation struggle with deep historical roots. With Iraq, while Hussein did connect with important sentiments of Arab nationalism and support for Palestinians, the war developed more suddenly, and involved his own maneuvers for power and aggrandizement. The Vietnam War was very protracted, and we were pretty sure Vietnam would win. With Iraq, it's just impossible to make up for the vast differential in military technology if you're not fighting a people's war, a war with deep roots in the people and for a cause they passionately believe in. But perhaps another reason for the one-sided slaughter is that Hussein, for all the demonization of him in the US media, was actually not willing to be as ruthless as Bush, whose massive bombings killed tens or hundreds of thousands of civilians both directly and through the destruction of sanitation and medical infrastructures. Hussein did release the hostages he initially held as a shield against attack. And he didn't unleash his chemical weapons or order suicide missions in Europe. DG, you're right. And the whole media demonization of Hussein is something we should discuss further on. But first, without in the least justifying the 262. The anti-war movements now and then. US/Allies invasion. I was trying to make an analytical point that you just can't fight a protracted war with any chance of success against a vastly superior military machine unless it's a people's war, a guerrilla war with deep popular support for a cause fully embraced by the people. Another major difference in the context was the impact of the civil rights movement and the Black liberation movement in the 60s. It opened people to seeing the need for social change and to questioning the very foundation of this society. It also created an atmosphere where moral questions were much more in the forefront. By contrast, in the 90s, it seemed that the only issue and some sectors of the anti-war movement played into this was how many US body bags came home. It is really shocking to see how little feeling or concern there is for the something like 300,000 Iraqis who were killed in this war. Even with the impact of civil rights, the 60s anti-war movement proved inadequate at incorporating anti-racism and in responding to leadership from third world movements within the US. These necessary building blocks are certainly urgent tasks for the anti-war movement of the 90s. Another important difference is the role of women. Women played active and leading roles in the 60s, but they had to do so against all odds. All too often women weren't listened to, and were shut out of leading positions. Today, as I understand it, women are playing prominent and often predominant roles at all levels of leadership and activities. What about the role of the media? DG, as much as the media functioned as an uncritical cheerleader for the government in the Iraq War, it was even worse in the early stages of the Vietnam War. This statement may seem strange to students because of the now pervasive myth that the media were staunchly anti-war in the 60s. But that myth was consciously created to convince the US public that the war in Vietnam was lost because the media and anti-war movement handcuffed the military. They need that myth so that people here don't see the reality that the US military was defeated by a people fighting for independence. They also use the myth to intimidate the media, which had developed a tad of independence late in the war, back into total lockstep with the government. This time around the media were much more serious about burying and downplaying news of anti-war activity. I think in the mid-60s anti-war activity was somewhat of a novelty. But they learned from that experience that once people saw what was happening, the movement could really grow. So this time around they were much more conscious about suppressing or at least containing that news. I know what it was like in the early 60s. I remember the footage of Walter Cronkite cheering the troops on in Vietnam. I remember the many times when the media dutifully suppressed news of illegal, clandestine US military operations in Indochina. But here, I'll just spell out one particularly striking example. 263. When President Johnson commenced those February 1965 bombings of North Vietnam, he went on national TV and justified it by citing the 1954 Geneva Accords. He said quite clearly that he was doing it to uphold the accords because they provided for or guaranteed an independent South Vietnam. That didn't fit with my sense of the history, so I went to the International Law Library and looked up the accords. They were quite explicit. The division into North and South was in no way a permanent boundary but was only for a temporary regrouping zone. This was to let the French colonial troops get out without a rout. The Accords called for an election to reunify Vietnam in 1956. The US and its client regime blocked the election because their intelligence estimates told them, as later recounted in President Eisenhower's autobiography, that Ho Chi Minh would win overwhelmingly. I was amazed. LBJ's whole justification for this bloody escalation pivoted on a claim that the Accords called for an independent South Vietnam. The Accords in fact said just the opposite. It wasn't a matter of interpretation, it was very clear, black and white. I was sure that the next day there would be blaring headlines that the president had lied about the Geneva Accords. Instead, it wasn't mentioned in any establishment media. We made copies of the Geneva Accords and started passing them out by hand on Columbia's campus. By 1967 to 1968, the media began presenting some more critical material for two reasons. First, the drain of the war on U.S. power and prestige produced a split in the ruling class, with significant sectors now wanting the U.S. to get out before it was further weakened and discredited. Second, there was a big enough underground alternative press to potentially embarrass established media for too blatantly suppressing certain information. At its height, the alternative press had 4 million readers, and it too became an object of an FBI-led COINTELPRO campaign to destroy it. For example, the established media never showed pictures of children who had been napalmed until ramparts broke that open and created a sensation. In the context of a losing war, the anti-war movement played a secondary but still important role. We helped legitimize the alternative of getting out. We helped shorten the range of brutal escalations that wouldn't have changed the outcome but would have cost even more Vietnamese and U.S. lives. But the main brake on the air war was the heavy losses of U.S. planes to Vietnamese anti-aircraft fire. The main barrier to the nuclear option was fear of Soviet and/or Chinese response. Q. What about the charges that the anti-war movement vilified the troops returning from Vietnam? DG. Honestly, when I first heard reports of people vilifying troops returning from Vietnam, I thought it was a pure propaganda creation. I just never heard anything like that happening in our sectors of the anti-war movement. We realized that GIs disproportionately black, Latino, and poor were being used as cannon fodder for the rich man's war. GI organizing became an important. 264. The anti-war movements now and then. Part of the anti-war movement. Of course, we urged GIs not to kill, and we did condemn war crimes. But it was those who ran the war who were the enemy, and they were the ones victimizing the GIs. Nonetheless, I've now met a number of Vietnam vets who were pelted with fruit or cursed or spat upon when they returned, and that is wrong. My guess is that this came from sectors of the population that became disgusted with the war but, unlike the active anti-war movement, didn't have a clear analysis of who was responsible for the war. Q. Were you surprised that the U.S. establishment was willing to slaughter so many Iraqis to accomplish its political objectives? DG. No. After studying its international and domestic actions over the years, I wasn't at all surprised. I was surprised and chagrined, however, to see the U.S. public so readily manipulated into colossal callousness about Iraqi lives. Q. What about the argument that Hussein was another Hitler? DG. I guess you should phrase that as Hitler of the Year, since the US propaganda machine has churned out quite a few Hitlers: Khomeini, Gaddafi, Arafat, Noriega lately. One crucial element of defining Hitler objectively in history is that he was the leader of a major imperial power out to dominate the world. In that light, we need to worry a lot more about George Bush than Saddam Hussein, and the same is true if we look at racial impact and scope of deaths caused by their military and economic policies. Hussein, even after trying to claim the very honorable mantle of Arab nationalism, is no sweetheart when it comes to human rights and international law, but he certainly doesn't stand out as worse than scores of dictators that the US has installed in various countries around the world. The way I look at it, Hussein is a small-time local bandit. Bush is a big-time global bandit. Q. What do you think was the Bush administration's main motive for the war? DG. One thing for sure, it sure as hell wasn't about upholding international law and the principle of non-intervention. I mean, the US government under Reagan and Bush, alone, invaded both Grenada and Panama, walked out of the World Court when it ruled that US aggression against Nicaragua to be illegal, intervened militarily in Lebanon, Libya, the Philippines, and El Salvador, has been the main supporter of Israel's illegal occupations of the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and Golan Heights and its invasion of Lebanon, for a long time circumvented UN sanctions on South Africa, and has supported Indonesia's brutal invasion of East Timor, to name just some of the examples. The idea that Bush was acting to uphold international law is a joke, a sick and bloody joke. Calling in the US to deal with Hussein's transgressions is like calling in the mafia to clear out a local shoplifter. 265. In analyzing the real causes, I've been a little disappointed with the three positions I've seen most frequently in the left press. It was a war for oil, it was a war to maintain the high level of military spending crucial for the domestic economy, and it was a way for the US, a declining economic power, to maintain its importance relative to Europe and Japan. Each of these positions deals with elements of reality, but I don't think that any of them gets to the heart of the matter. Sometimes analysts who have correctly absorbed the importance of economic factors too often simplify EV's situation to something that can be calculated on a cash register. The way I see it, broad economic interests are usually behind the formulation of a political strategy that has a scope and coherence that goes beyond the cash flow of a particular situation. Oil is certainly central to why the Middle East has been seen as vital to Western interests, but Western oil interests were well provided for and would have been rescued by the terms of several diplomatic initiatives, especially the Soviet/Iraq proposal that Bush brushed aside. Military spending is important for the economy, but the military has always been able to come up with creative fictions for this purpose, and for many reasons such spending is problematical as a solution to the current set of economic problems. The focus on the economic competition with Europe and Japan misses just how much these three poles have had a common interest in keeping the entire Third World open for joint exploitation. Bush was determined to fight a war. He frantically discredited and brushed aside credible diplomatic initiatives, terrified that peace might actually break out. Bush was hell-bent to fight a war because fighting a successful major war was the capstone to what has been the ruling class's central strategy for the past 15 years, to move the US public and world opinion past the post-Vietnam syndrome. To understand the ruling class's obsession, you have to know something about the world economy and recognize just how fundamentally the wealth and power concentrated in the West is predicated on the thorough and abject exploitation of the Third World. Moving past the Vietnam syndrome was so crucial to them because you just can't maintain a vast economic empire, especially imposing the living conditions that prevail in the Third World, if you are not capable of using decisive force and terror against any upstarts. They prepared the way step by step, first with the invasion of teeny Grenada in 1983 and then Little Panama in 1989. Hussein's move into Kuwait gave them their opportunity to finally have well-orchestrated popular support for a major war that they could count on winning. Q. How do you see the state of the anti-war movement today, and the tasks ahead of it? DG. Well, it is certainly discouraging to be living in such a wave of war euphoria. While that wave is wide, it is not very deep. The ruling class had a broader 266. The anti-war movement's now and then agenda and long-term goals behind this particular war. We need to have a long-term perspective. The logic of the system will lead to other interventions, and we want to be able to start from a stronger place to try to stop the next one. During the past 10 years, there have been a number of important, although small, movements on international issues, around Central America, around J-apartheid, around Palestinian rights, and the recent surge of mass anti-war activity. I wonder what the possibilities are for pulling this all together into a strong and ongoing anti-interventionist front. To be successful, such a front would have to be firmly rooted in anti-racism and in challenging social priorities at home. T. Q. Any closing thoughts? DG. Despite the current orgy of jingoism, we need to maintain a sense of history, a sense of perspective. As human beings, we can never accept the depreciation of human life because the people happen to be Iraqi or Salvadoran or Angolan. If we maintain our sense of identification with humanity, especially the majority of human beings, who live in the third world, we won't even in the face of the most sophisticated media barrages lose either our moral bearings or our sense of purpose. Strategies for movement building. Resistance in Brooklyn. Given some of your history, what are some of the achievements or errors of the anti-imperialist movement and its armed clandestine organizations that you participated in? David Gilbert, our first outstanding accomplishment was piercing the myth of government invincibility. In 1970, the conventional wisdom was that the Weather Underground organization wouldn't last a year because the FBI always got their man. But the WUO functioned for 7 years until we split and disbanded due to internal political weaknesses and carried out more than 20 bombings of government and corporate buildings without so much as injuring a single civilian. Including other formations such as the United Freedom Front, there was a 15-year history of white anti-imperialists carrying out armed action. Our other main achievement was the political example of fighting in solidarity with Third World struggles. Our practice in this area was inconsistent and inadequate, but we did succeed at times in making this work a visible priority. It was also significant that so many women participated and were leaders in the clandestine organizations, although this did not mean that we were able to overcome our sexism in terms of our program or personal relationships. A main problem was various forms of racism. It's amazing how deep this stuff runs, that even while consciously opposing it, we continued to make racist. 267. Errors. In some periods, we just built our own organization, enjoying the greater resources and the protection of being white without offering significant support to Black or Latino or Native armed struggle groups under attack. At our worst, we even pretended to an overall leadership of a multinational U.S. revolution. The opposite swing of the pendulum was to put ourselves under direct Third World leadership. But that became a way of intervening in their struggles by throwing our resources to the group of our choice, before the strategic issues involved had been resolved by the national liberation movement as a whole. It's not that there is a set blueprint for the correct way to relate, but we need a better consciousness to avoid both the arrogance of total unaccountability and the interventionism of picking the Third World leadership. These apparently opposite forms of racism have a common element, our wanting to be validated as the most revolutionary white folks going either through our own claim of leadership or, once that was discredited, through getting the stamp of approval from a heavy Third World group. Another serious error has been militarism, which makes the military deeds and daring of a small group all important, rather than the political principles and the concerted effort to build a movement at all levels. This error is usually bolstered by sectarianism and contempt for those leftists who don't engage in armed struggle or who have a somewhat different political line. These errors are dangerous because you cut yourself off from potential allies, and at the same time you tend to try to prove yourself by upping the military ante beyond what you can sustain. As costly as all the above errors were, they tended to recur in one formation after another. Looking at the repetition of these well-identified errors, I have to say it might not sound very political, but I think that it is that ego is one hell of a problem. You can be attracted to a cause for the most idealistic of reasons and can endure personal sacrifices to build an organization, only to get caught up in all kinds of maneuvers for power and status. Once you're into this dynamic, it is easy to rationalize that your only concern is for the cause. Very decent people, once in leadership, became highly manipulative. Former iconoclasts, once they became cadre, abandoned their critical faculties in order to curry favor with leadership. These patterns recurred so often that I think recriminations over which individuals were better or worse miss the point. There's been a deep problem around process for building a revolutionary movement. By process, I mean how we conduct political discussion, how we make and implement policy decisions, how we treat each other as individuals. The Leninist theory of democratic centralism sounded beautiful, but in my experience the result was always overly hierarchical organizations. So I can only conclude that the theory itself is seriously flawed. I don't know of any well-defined solution to these problems. The women's movement has done some valuable, if uneven, work in this area, and perhaps the Christian-based communities in Latin 1. America have as well. It is very difficult to achieve, simultaneously, a disciplined combat organization and a fully democratic and humane process, yet both are emphatically necessary. There is an important sense in which we have to try to. 268. Strategies for movement building. Implement the personal is political. The ideals we express in our politics must also be put into practice in our human relationships. Why hasn't there been more written on our errors? The obstacle of not giving up security details to the state can be readily overcome by focusing on the political themes and lessons. So I believe the main problem has been our reluctance to face up to and analyze our errors, along with the lack of consensus about them. There is no way to sugarcoat it. This dearth of self-criticism and analysis is a serious failure to carry out our responsibilities to the movement. RNB, what are your thoughts on the current political climate and on possible strategies for movement building? DG, this is a very dangerous period. The mass frustration in society with the breakdown of the economic security that was previously guaranteed to the majority of whites has been channeled against those with the least power, immigrants, women and children on welfare, prisoners. Such shameless and racist scapegoating, when fully developed, is a defining characteristic of fascism. While that has been mainly directed by those in power, there is also an armed white supremacist movement that is not simply a creation of the state. Some of those formations sincerely and vehemently oppose the government with a program that, in essence, calls for a return to the pioneer days ethos that any white male had the right to lay violent claim to Native American land, new African labor, and female subservience. Such movements can become a radical right alternative to and savior for a failing capitalism, like the Nazi Party was during the 1930s depression in Germany. The left has been tarred with the right-wing's brush of big government, due to the policies of liberals on the one hand and Stalinists on the other. But actually, with our commitment to self-determination and our struggle against the warfare and police state, revolutionaries have been the most consistent opponents of the massive repression functions of government. We now urgently need an activist movement that counters racist scapegoating by dramatically shining the floodlights on the real sources of the problems, the lion's share of public welfare that goes to the rich via staggering interest payments on government debt, bank bailouts, pork barrel military contracts, etc. The unaccountable big bureaucracies of the transnational corporations, run by a handful of corporate executives who determine the life choices of the vast majority of people worldwide. The structural adjustment programs imposed by the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund on more than 70 third world countries. These are, in reality, draconian austerity measures designed to extract debt payment and cheap raw materials for the banks and industries of the North. The SAPs are the cutting edge for destroying human life and well-being in the world today, the growth of big government in its most virulent form, prisons, police, military might, and the concomitant attacks on civil liberties. 269. The alternative has to be all about humane use of social resources, controlled by grassroots organizations within the oppressed communities. Early ACT UP and others' efforts around AIDS in the gay community provided a positive example. The environmental racism movement in many third world communities is another very good example. There is a lot of social activism going on, just not that much sense of a coherent or forceful overall movement. It seems that a big part of the challenge before us, I really don't know how to do it, is to find ways to connect the range of different oppressions against our common enemy, imperialism, and to find ways to synthesize grassroots activism with a global consciousness and solidarity. Chapter 14. Epilogue, September 11th and beyond. 271. September 11th, the terrorism that terrorism has wrought. Like most people in the U.S., one was horrified by the incineration and collapse of the two towers at the World Trade Center. Thinking about the thousands of people, mainly civilians, inside, I was completely stunned and anguished. In the days and weeks that followed, the media, as well they should, made the human faces of the tragedy completely vivid. At the same time, the affecting pictures of those killed, and the poignant interviews with their families, the constant rebroadcast of the moments of destruction all underscore what the media completely failed to present in the host of wide-scale attacks on civilians perpetrated by the US government. With the pain to 9/11 so palpable, I became almost obsessed with what it must have been like for civilians bombed by the US in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Vietnam, Grenada, Panama, Iraq, and Yugoslavia, and what it would soon be like for civilians in Afghanistan, already just about the poorest and most devastated country in the world. Terror Incorporated and the U.S. bombing campaigns in Iraq and Yugoslavia not only killed hundreds of thousands of people but also deliberately destroyed civilian survival infrastructure such as electric grids and water supplies. And these are countries that don't have billions of dollars on hand to pour into relief efforts. The subsequent U.S. economic embargo of Iraq has resulted in, according to United Nations agencies, more than 1 million deaths, more than half of them children. In addition to bombing campaigns, the U.S. is responsible for a multitude of massacres on the ground. September 11 was the 28th anniversary of the CIA-sponsored coup in Chile that overthrew the democratically elected president. The military then tortured, disappeared, and killed thousands in order to impose a dictatorship. The U.S. instigated terrorist bands and trained paramilitary death squads that have rampaged throughout Latin America for decades. In little Guatemala alone, over 150,000 people have been killed in political violence since the U.S. engineered coup against their democratically elected president in 1954. Listing all the major examples would go well beyond the length of this essay. But what's worse is that these bloody actions are taken to enforce the greatest terrorism of all, a political and economic system that kills millions of human beings worldwide every year. To give just one example, 10 million children under the age of 5 die every year due to malnutrition and easily 273 preventable or curable diseases. Talk about anguish. How would you feel as a parent helplessly watching your baby waste away? Since the early 60s, I actively opposed these US terrorist attacks. But without the videos, the personal interviews, the detailed accounts, I never fully experienced the human dimensions. Now, seeing the pain of September 11 presented so powerfully had me trying to picture and relieve the totally intolerable suffering rained down on innocent people in these all too many previous and ongoing atrocities. A gift to the right. What made the immediate grim event all the worse was the political reality that these attacks were an incredible gift to the right wing in power. George W. Bush entered office with the illegitimacy of losing the popular vote by 500,000. The report on the detailed recount of votes in pivotal Florida was about to come out. The economy had started to tank. The Bush administration was making the U.S. in effect a rogue state in the world, pulling out of the Treaty on Global Warming, refusing to sign the Treaty Against Biological Warfare, preparing to scuttle the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. And the US and Israel had just exposed themselves, badly, by walking out of the World Conference Against Racism. September 11 and its aftermaths became a tidal wave washing away public consideration of the above crucial issues. Not only did the crisis lead people to rally around the president, but it also provided the context and political capital to rush through a host of previously unattainable repressive measures that had long been on the right's wish list. We've also seen an ugly rash of anti-Arab and anti-Muslim hate crimes and a newfound public support for racial profiling. I won't attempt to summarize here all the serious setbacks to civil liberties. The one measure that struck closest to home for me was not covered in the mainstream media. Within hours of the first attack, the Federal Bureau of Prisons moved about 20 of the political prisoners from the struggles for black liberation, and Puerto Rican independence, Native American and Asian activists, anti-imperialists, and peace advocates held by the BOP into complete isolation. Most of these PPS weren't even allowed to communicate with their lawyers, an extremely dangerous precedent. Once established, It clears the way for sensory deprivation and torture to try to break people down. The BOP's ability to move so quickly in prisons around the country means that this plan had to have been on the drawing boards already, just waiting for the right excuse. What makes the terrorist label placed on these PPS all the more galling is that the Department of Justice knows full well that while the CIA had past connections to the September 11 suspects, these PPS certainly never have, and while the perpetrators emulated the U.SS cavalier attitude about collateral damage, these PPS have always placed 274. September 11, the terrorism that terrorism has wrought. A high priority on avoiding civilian casualties. Indeed, it was precisely the U.SS wanton slaughter of civilians, carpet bombings, napalm, and Agent Orange in Vietnam, COINTELPRO assassinations of scores of Black Panther and American Indian Movement activists at home that impelled us to fight the system. In pushing through the host of repressive measures without serious debate, the government has carried out a giant scam, a perverse redefinition of the dreaded term terrorism. Instead of the valid, objective definition of indiscriminate or wholesale violence against civilians, the political and legal discourse has twisted the word to mean use of force against or to influence the government. If their newspeak goes uncontested, the long-term implications for dissent are dire. Global strategy. More broadly, these events have been a tremendous boon to what I believe has been imperialism's #1 strategic goal since 1973, kicking the Vietnam syndrome. You just can't maintain a ruthless international extortion racket without a visible ability to fight bloody wars of enforcement. The imperialists have taken the US public through a series of calibrated steps, from teeny Grenada in 1983, to small Panama in 1989, to mid-sized Iraq in 1991, and to Yugoslavia in 1999. But public support for these ventures was only on the basis of short wars with minimal US casualties. Now the real sense of America under attack has generated widespread support for accepting a more protracted war, even with significant US casualties. Other repressive forces around the world have been quick to capitalize on these events. A key example is Israel's Prime Minister, Ariel Sharon. Talk about terrorists. As defense minister in September 1982, he was in charge of Israel's occupation of southern Lebanon when local, Israeli-sponsored militias were given free rein for 3 days of butchery in the Palestinian refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila. 1,800 Palestinians were murdered. Now as Prime Minister, he very deliberately encouraged and provoked Islamic militants opposed to the peace process to attack. He then immediately cried terrorism, in order to discredit and isolate Chairman Yasser Arafat, who's taken great risks to try for a peace agreement. Sharon's strategy, as he continues to tighten the occupation and escalate the violence, seems to be to completely finish off the peace process, either by liquidating the Palestinian Authority or by forcing the Palestinians into a heartbreaking civil war that would bleed their nation to death. Funding and fostering terrorists. The U.S. government played a key role in cultivating and empowering the forces charged with the September 11 terror attacks. It's not just a question of 275. Whom the U.S. supported after the December 1979 Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. CIA aid to guerrilla groups preceded that by more than a year, while U.S. interference through its client regime, the Shah of Iran, went back at least to 1975. The goal was to destabilize a government friendly to the Soviets and sharing a 1,000-mile border. As the U.S. National Security Advisor of the time, Zbigniew Brzezinski, boasted years later, the secret operation was an excellent idea. Its effect was to draw the Russians into the Afghan trap. Brzezinski also justified the harmful side effects from this medicine. What was more important in the worldview of history? The Taliban or the fall of the Soviet Empire? Even though baited, the Soviets' invasion was inexcusable. The CIA, of course, seized the opportunity with its largest covert action operation ever, aside from Vietnam. It did not, however, simply support existing national resistance forces. Progressive Islamic forces, tolerant of other sects and religions and supportive of education for girls, got no aid and withered. The CIA instead deliberately and directly cultivated the fundamentalists who interpreted Islam in the most sectarian and anti-woman fashion. I'm wary of the term fundamentalist lest it play into US biases about Islam, although in the same context as the reactionary Christian and Jewish fundamentalisms, it would apply. I prefer Ahmed Rashid's terminology of Islamic extremists for forces who have interpreted or, as he argues, distorted Islam as hostile to women and generally intolerant. One reason for this U.S. preference was apparently the belief that the best way to mobilize people against a pro-Soviet regime that had offered land reform and education for girls was on the basis of religious opposition to such policies. Another reason was that most U.S. aid was channeled through Pakistan's inter-service intelligence, which had close ties with these extremist factions. A prime example is Gulbuddin Hikmatyar, who started with virtually no political base but became a major power thanks to U.S. arms and funds. U.S. aid breathed life into numerous reactionary and power-hungry warlords. It's no wonder, then, that a devastating civil war raged in Afghanistan long after the 1989 Soviet withdrawal. In short, the U.S. didn't have the slightest concern for Afghans' rights and lives, they were simply cannon fodder in the Cold War. When this chaos gave rise to the Taliban, it were backed by the US and Pakistan as a counterweight to neighboring Iran, based on Taliban antipathy for Shia Islam. Also, the US made an early bet in 1994 on the Taliban as the force that could bring the unified control and stability needed by the US company Unocal to build its projected multi-billion-dollar oil and gas pipelines through Afghanistan. This hope unraveled by 1998 but now has become quite realizable with the US military victory there. Bush's new special envoy to Afghanistan, who will spearhead US efforts to put together a post-Taliban government, is Zalmay Khalilzad. This Afghan-born US citizen was, in the late 90s, a highly paid consultant to Unocal on how to achieve its Afghan pipeline. The jihad against the Soviets in the 1980s attracted Muslim militants from around the world, including Osama bin Laden. In 1986, he helped build the 276 September 11, the terrorism that terrorism has wrought cost tunnel complex, which the CIA was funding. As he later stated, I set up my first camp where these volunteers were trained by Pakistani and American officers. The weapons were supplied by the Americans, the money by the Saudis. From 1982 to 1992, 35,000 Muslim radicals from 43 different countries participated in the war in Afghanistan, many training at CIA-supported camps. Tens of thousands more were involved in education and support work. Now, the US demonizes one individual, but it is very unlikely that one man or one organization controls the range of groups that spun off from that baptism of fire, and therefore very unlikely that neutralizing bin Laden will at all contain the current cycle of violence. The results of 20 years of US abetted wars in Afghanistan even before the Taliban came to power were 2 million deaths, 6 million refugees, and millions facing starvation in that nation of 26 million people. Infant mortality is the highest in the world, as 163 babies die out of every 1,000 live births, and a staggering 1,700 out of every 100,000 mothers giving birth die in the process. What a bitter irony that the US, which did so much to foster the most anti-woman forces and to fuel the ferocious civil war, now justifies bombing that devastated the country in part as a defense of women's rights. While the direct aid to the now demonized groups is sordid, the US has had a much more major role in breeding such terrorism. Imperialism's top priority has been to destroy progressive national liberation movements, which sought to unite the oppressed and end the economic rape of the Third World. Since 1989, the US has achieved major strides against national liberation with a counter-revolutionary offensive that uses both relentless brutality and sophisticated guile. But the conditions of extreme poverty and despair for billions of people have only gotten worse. Thus, the very successes against national liberation have left a giant vacuum now being filled by real terrorists indeed. The emperor has no clothes. The dominant power has discredited as unspeakable some truths essential to an intelligent response to the crisis. The horrible poverty and cruel disenfranchisement of the majority of humankind constitute the most fundamental violence and are also the wellspring for violent responses. The reasons given for the September 11th attacks don't at all justify the slaughter of civilians, but they do in fact have some substance: U.S. military presence and bolstering of corrupt regimes in Muslim countries. The brutal occupation of Palestine, the large-scale, ongoing killing of civilians in Iraq, the Pentagon and the WTC are key headquarters for massive global oppression. 277. The system's massive terror does not at all mean that anything goes in J response. As the Panthers used to say, you don't fight fire with fire, you fight it J with water. Ghastly examples from Mussolini to Pol Pot have proven, at great human cost, that articulating real grievances against the system does not automatically equal having a humane direction and program. True revolutionaries spring up out of love for the people, and that's also expressed by having the highest standards for minimizing civilian casualties. In the wake of September 11th, the example of the Vietnamese has become even more inspiring. They suffered the worst bombardment in history but always pushed for a distinction between the US government and the people, who could come to oppose it. As painful and frustrating as US dominance is, the simplistic thinking that my enemy's enemy is my friend does not advance the struggle. All too many battles in the world are between competing oppressive forces. US embassies may be legitimate targets, but blowing up hundreds of Kenyan and Tanzanian workers and shoppers is unconscionable. And even within the belly of the beast, groups that would cavalierly kill so many civilians and that would hand such potent ammunition to the right wing are not forces for liberation. At the same time, we can't let our human commitments be blinded by floodlights that shine solely on this one tragedy. By any objective standard based on concern for human life, U.S.-led imperialism is by several orders of magnitude the biggest and bloodiest terrorist in the world. We cannot let the immediate horror, which the US did so much to engender, then be used to strengthen its stranglehold on humankind. Our first and foremost human responsibility is to oppose U.S.-led imperialism. The challenges ahead. It was encouraging that the anti-war movement here didn't just collapse under the deafening roar of jingoism. But with the public's attention on the US juggernaut in Afghanistan, it's been hard to maintain the momentum of the anti-war, anti-globalization, and anti-racist movements. In many ways, it feels like a bleak time in the US because of the dramatic lurch to the right and the public support for many anti-terrorist measures that can be used in the future against dissenters. Nevertheless, even if the US completes this phase without a hitch, we are likely to be in for a protracted, if irregular, war as US action escalates the cycle of violence. While the situation is scary, it would only be scarier to give up, because that would clear the way for continuing this highly dangerous skid into war and repression. Even the most formidable fortresses of domination develop cracks over time. Contradictions in the war on terrorism as well as stresses in the economy and social fabric are likely to develop. Our task is to keep a voice alive for humane alternatives rather than let every setback add fuel to the imperial fire. We are not as isolated as in 1964, when it was completely unheard of to publicly challenge such interventions. However, in other ways our task will be more difficult than the decade-long struggle to end the war in Vietnam. This time, people in the U.S. 278. September 11th, the terrorism that terrorism has wrought. Do feel directly attacked, and those now labeled as the enemy are not a progressive national liberation movement. To me, the most apt, if somewhat gloomy, analogy is to the war on drugs. In both cases these points apply. The CIA actively fostered some of the worst initial perpetrators. The war response only makes the problem worse. Both wars pit unsavory foes against each other whose respective actions justify and animate the opposing side. While each war is a colossal failure in terms of its stated aim, each is a smashing success in building public support for greater police/military powers and in diverting people's attention from the fundamental social issues. Finally, Sky-high barriers have been erected to challenging these insane wars. You can't raise the question of decriminalizing drugs or of addressing the roots of terrorism without getting hooted off the public stage. One difference, unfortunately, is that the war on terrorism is likely to become bigger, and more violent and lead to an even worse loss of civil liberties. A difference from facing the McCarthyism of the 1950s is that, hopefully, recent currents of organizing and activism provide a basis to begin challenging such reaction from its onset. Building an anti-war movement. The starting point is a love for and identification with other people. We don't have to become callous about any lives lost at the WEU, even though the government has used them so cynically. Instead, we have the job of getting those who've awakened to this pain to feel the injustice and suffering of the many other atrocities that have been perpetrated by the US. As hard as that may seem, many Americans were asking, why do they hate us so much? While the government and media have done their best to shut down public discussion of this pivotal issue, we can offer genuine and substantive responses, which resonate with the widely held value of fairness. We have to break through the colossal double standard and insist fully on stopping all violence, whether bombings or hunger against civilians, and to be very clear on all the major examples. There's a related specific need to puncture the dangerous misdefinition of terrorism. In the discussion I've seen about building an anti-war movement, I wholeheartedly agree with those who insist that it must be anti-racist at its core. White supremacy is the bedrock for all that is reactionary in the US. In addition, the current gallop toward a police state will be used first and foremost against people of color. To be real about this, white activists have to go beyond the necessary process issues for making people of color feel welcomed at meetings and events. We also need to ally with and learn from their organizations and to develop a strong anti-racist program and set of demands. It also seems crucial to develop strong synergy with the promising anti-globalization movement, not only because that's where many young people 279 have become active, but even more importantly because the only long-term alternative to the war on terrorism is to fully address the fundamental issues of global social and economic justice. We face an extremely difficult period, without much prospect for the exhilaration of quick successes. But we don't have the luxury of despair and defeatism that only hands an easy victory to the oppressors. To draw a lesson from the past, we now celebrate the many slave rebellions, going back centuries before abolition became realizable, because they weakened that intolerable institution and kept resistance and future possibilities alive. History, as we've seen, goes through many unpredictable twists and turns. Principled resistance not only puts us in touch with our own humanity but also keeps hope and vision alive. Spring sunshine and rain for when new possibilities sprout through the once frozen ground. Postscript. No surrender is going to press in the aftermath of the U.S.'s calculated brutal display of military might against Iraq. While much of the above epilogue remains relevant to the dialogue on building an anti-war movement, here are a few additional thoughts. Imperialism has had some stunning successes over the past 2 decades, on one hand in decimating progressive national liberation struggles, on the other in fostering reactionary allies such as Noriega, Osama bin Laden, and Saddam Hussein, who then, with just the snap of the fingers, can be made over into evil incarnate enemies used to justify US interventions in the Third World. As with every war, there are always a few former peace advocates who publicly convert to today's jingoism. To help cut through the government's protean rationales, look at the historical record. Before 1917, gunboat diplomacy was required to prevent anarchy. From 1917 through 1989, the same kind of interventions were mandated to stop communism. After the collapse of the Soviet bloc, the terms shifted, without missing a beat, to the need for military action against drugs, terrorism, and human rights violations. The 3 apparently disparate eras ideologically have the same underlying constants: securing U.S. business interests and the related strengthening of U.S. military and political power. This most recent invasion is a particularly dangerous precedent. Not only has the U.S. proclaimed the right of preemptive war, but it did so in the midst of a United Nations process dealing with the alleged problem and in clear. 280. Postscript. Contravention of the UN Security Council. Indeed, it seems that Bush was in such a rush because inspections were in danger of working. Readers of this book most likely already know about the hype and outright fraud in US and British charges about weapons of mass destruction. No blood for oil is a great forward slogan, but necessarily an oversimplification in terms of analysis. In my view, a major impetus for this war was the growing shakiness of the repressive, U.S. client regime in Saudi Arabia. Its potential fall would have placed all three of the major oil producers of the region and the heart of OPEC under hostile governments. War on the evildoer Hussein not only brought Iraq's huge oil reserves under direct imperial control, but even more importantly provided the basis for a permanent, strong U.S. military presence in the Gulf and on the borders of both Saudi Arabia and Iran. But this war had an even broader strategic purpose. A position paper written in 2000 for the Project for a New American Century by many of the key policy makers in waiting for the new Bush regime called for an awesome display of the U.S.'s unrivaled power in the post-Soviet world. Then September 11 made this imperial vision politically feasible. Less than 2 years later, U.S. imperialism has catapulted from the strategic priority of kicking the Vietnam syndrome to an agenda of total world domination. The quick victory in Iraq comes as no surprise. The disparity of forces was so great that, as Noam Chomsky noted beforehand, war is hardly the right word. Hussein was indeed a tyrant who therefore could not lead or inspire broad-based popular resistance. Nonetheless, the U.S. military juggernaut is indeed staggering, and the rapid conquest inevitably took a lot of wind out of the billowing protest sails. Today's tasks are daunting. The corporate media glosses over well-documented lies, blatant violations of international law, and the cruel realities of civilian casualties. The majority of the U.S. public still supports Bush, and there is a host of new repressive measures in place that can be used against dissent. It's scary. But to keep things in perspective, this anti-war movement started light years ahead of the opposition to the war in Vietnam, when the taboo on criticizing foreign policy wasn't breached until the 20,000-strong March on Washington of April 17, 1965, 4 years into the active U.S. military presence there. The worldwide outpouring of 11 million anti-war protesters in February 2003 was breathtaking. And the emerging synergy with anti-globalization is a very 281. Promising step toward fully taking on the military, economic, and political aspects of one integral imperialism. As argued in the above epilogue, putting anti-racism at the heart of our efforts is crucial and urgent. The current moral and political discourse has been hijacked. The politicians and media won't even allow discussion of the U.S. wrongs that may have provoked the nonetheless unjustified massacre of 3,000 civilians at the World Trade Center. Yet consider the statement by then Secretary of State Madeleine Albright on 60 Minutes, CBS, May 12, 1996. When asked about the deaths of 500,000 Iraqi children by the devastation to civilian infrastructures from the combination of the 1991 bombings and the subsequent economic blockade, she replied, "We think the price is worth it." That is one of literally thousands of egregious examples. In facing this colossus, remember, the pharaohs of mighty Egypt were gods on earth, the Han dynasty of ancient China, eternal, the Roman Empire, invincible. The Empire, no matter how powerful, eventually falls due to the contradictions sown by the very extent of its oppression. While we can't say exactly when, the same is true of today's sole superpower. What worries me is how costly the demise will be and what will replace it. Our job is to keep alive a vibrant voice and a clear direction for fully human alternatives. The keys, in my view, are anti-racism, opposition, in both our politics and our lives, to all forms of oppression, and a deep sense of history of the protracted nature of the struggle ahead. Right now there are several potential problems for those in power. As we are seeing in Afghanistan as well as Iraq, conquest is one thing, pacification another. The massive worldwide resentment of imperial penetration is growing. U.S. justifications are belied by support for Israel, whose conquests, occupation, weapons of mass destruction, and violations of international law far outdo Hussein's. The resulting intense and here trending conflict won't go away. The only solution is full and viable nationhood that provides for the rights and needs of all Palestinians displaced or occupied since 1947. The U.S. economy looks shaky. Skewed social priorities at home are becoming increasingly blatant. More people may become concerned about the grave attack on civil liberties. Even without a single drawn-out and costly war, there is the grim prospect of a series of unsavoy conflicts that fuel an endless cycle of violence. The anti-war movement embodies the best alternative, the struggle for global economic and social justice. We don't have a chance for a decent future for all children unless we can change public terms and perceptions to get across that every human life is precious. Staying in close touch with our love for people and for life on the planet can both impel and sustain us. As Che Guevara urged decades ago, we must stand firm but without losing our tenderness, ever. The struggle continues. David Gilbert. August 14, 2003. The revolutionary spirit will always blossom.